betting on the future, how India can make this decade its own. May I request? May I now invite the dignitaries to occupy their place on the dais, please. Mr. C.V. Subbarao, President MMA. Mr. Suresh Raman, Senior Vice President MMA. Mr. Shivanshu Gupta, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company. Mr. K. Ananthakrishnan, CTO, Tata Consultant Services. Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. Mr. K. Mahalingam, Vice President, MMA. And Group Captain Vijay Kumar, VSM, Executive Director, MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. We're still in the early morning to feel tired. Let's commence the proceedings of the inaugural session with an invocation song on Lord Shiva. May I now invite Ms. Padmaja to render the song, please. May I request the participants to rise for the invocation.
Mrityunjayaya namo Om, Trayambakaya namo Om, Lingeshwaraya namo Om, Saishwaraya namo Om, Satyasaishwaraya namo Om, Mrityunjayaya namo Om, Trayambakaya namo Om, Lingeshwaraya namo Om, Saishwaraya namo Om, Satyasaishwaraya namo Om, Om Namah Shivaya 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 namo Om.
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to request Padmaja to accept a bouquet from the dignitaries on the dais, Ms. Padmaja. Thank you, Ms. Padmaja. I think with your invocation, I think we are good to go with the divine blessings today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. C.V. Subbarao, President MMA, is also the Managing Director, Sanmar Shipping Limited. He completed his MBA from the Open University Business School, Milton Keynes, UK, and also an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad Senior Leadership Program. May I now invite Mr. Subbarao to deliver the welcome and introduction address, please.
Mr. Shivanshu Gupta, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company. Mr. Ananthakrishnan, CTO, Tata Consultancy Services. Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. I also welcome Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt, Director, Tata Sons Limited, who will be joining us online today. And all the distinguished speakers and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Managing Committee, my fellow office bearers. It's been a privilege to be part of the MMA, especially in the last 1 year, as we have made the transition from the hybrid mode to the physical mode as we have today. It's a pleasure to invite all of you. And first, I must place on record my sincere thanks for all the sponsors, the associate sponsors, host sponsors, all the donors who have made this event possible. Thank you for your kindness. Importantly, Mr. Suresh Raman, who is the Senior Vice President and also the convention chairman, he has put together a three-session forum today. As you go along, you will see that how important it is for us today to debate on the topics that we have put together. And of course, in the end, we got our James Bond Group Captain Vijay Kumar to sort of charm you all to bring you here on a Saturday morning. I just would like to make three singular points. If you're able to take some time off. He's given us 5 minutes, so I'll try and do it in 6 minutes. So my personal position is this. There's 3 points. The first point, is democracy good? Or where does monarchy lie? You know, the guiding principle of monarchy is duty of care for the people, and democracy is for the common good. But do we sometimes feel that it is an entitlement and not a responsibility? It often said that democracy is a charming form of government. It's full of variety and disorder and dispensing a sort of equality to equals and unequals alike. I just would like to wonder, and I'm curious enough to find if this finds a place in today's discussions, whether we need to be focused on entitlement or responsibility. That takes me to my second point, which is essentially a binary. A binary, which is as we see it in education today. We have two sorts of education that's generally in the country, which is a little different from nations across the world. It's the education of the elite and the education of the rural child. We somehow believe that we must have two formal streams of education to move people from a junior level, a junior school, to a high school and a college degree. But the fundamental point is, in the process of education, are we bringing again the issue of entitlement? Are we careful enough to be not responsible enough? You know, in 2008, CBSE introduced a system called HOTS, H-O-T-S, from the previous mode of MOST, which is much of the same thing, to HOTS, which is higher order thinking skills. While CBSE did make the transition, it possibly did not make ground enough, because as we find that in India, marks are a very, very serious bet. Why am I talking of all this? We are talking of India's future. We are betting on India's future. Is this the future that we're looking at? Are we talking of entitlement or are we talking of responsibility? This is where the crux of the matter lies. We are so worried that if a 6-mark paper, 6 marks in physics is a difficult question, that becomes it's a state issue. It comes on page 1 of the newspapers. Are we meant for that? Are we not meant to assess? Is the assessment not meant to be appropriate? Or is the assessment meant to be something related to how to make the marks better? CBSE got caught into it, and CBSE eventually relented and went on to the same stream the way they assessed a state board paper. But this is where we come to the concessions conundrum. Do we need concession or do we need clarity? How much of concession does India need? Why don't we seek clarity? Why don't we seek equality of an opportunity at a level that you have to put a child in? Instead of that, why are you forcing it into a mark system and gradation? And finally say, centum in English, centum in physics. Does it really make sense? A centum in Tamil, a centum in Telugu, a centum in Kannadiga? Is that the language that we're focusing on? Can't we take the courage? Can we shift out and assess properly? Why does a child have to put in a nation that he says, unless it's 90 or 95%, the marks are not good enough? I think it needs a serious introspection. And why am I saying this? This is the day. We are betting on India's future. And we are saying it's going to be the next decade. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Appropriate marking system, appropriate assessment is very, very important. You offer all kinds of facilities to a rural child, to a child who's from an underprivileged section of the society. Each and every facility, but don't bring it to a situation that we leverage on marks to sort of seek something which ends up in an entitlement. It creates a society which is highly disorderly. This is something that we need to address. I'm just curious to know if today's 3 sessions would focus on something so structurally as democracy, which essentially, again, to repeat, it says it's full of disorder and variety, and we create equality for all equals, non-equals. Perhaps we have to go back to kindergarten. I mean, it's not possible for us to probably change a generation. This is not the nation that is sitting in the hall today. The nation is outside. Where do we take the nation forward? Are we sitting in an ivory tower, or are we just papering the cracks? Is that what we're focusing on? A simple thing that we drive our cars and the front tire is always over the stop sign. Why is it so? I don't think we can change the generations. We are talking of the decade and we are betting on India's future. Probably, we have to go to kindergarten. And that is where the education has to start. And it has to be fundamental and very, very clear, because a child is the father of man, and it is a child will come home and teach the parent. Simple as that. Discipline is something that we need to focus on. This is something India's democracy has to understand. Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subbarao. I think you set the tone for the entire convention today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Suresh Raman is the Senior Vice President MMA and Vice President and Regional Head of Tata Consultancy Services, Chennai. He's also the convention chairman. An alumnus of BITS Pilani, Suresh has over 30 years of experience in managing consultancy services in IT industry. May I now request Mr. Suresh to present the overview of the convention.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my proud privilege and honor to present you an overview for today as a convention chairman. Designing such a convention for an heterogeneous body like MMA is always difficult since it has to appeal to a widest possible audience. This year it has been a lot more challenging because of the various constraints and limitations imposed by the pandemic. However, true to the spirit of MMA and with the support of McKinsey as our knowledge partner, we are set to overcome these challenges by exploiting this hybrid mode and put together yet another marvelous convention with a galaxy of speakers from industry and academia. To make the decade with the pandemic appearing to recede, we in India have proved that tough times never last, but tough people do. We have come a long way from where we were a decade ago, but the pace of growth in the next decade has to be much more steep. It is heartening to note that our foreign exchange reserves have crossed $630 billion, according to the Department of Economic Affairs. While that can certainly be one indicator of our growing strength economically, much more needs to be done in job creation and poverty alleviation to feel the growth trickle down to the last man. To gain insights into how well India is poised to adapt itself to the current challenges, the MMA Annual Convention 2022 with the theme Betting on the Future, How India Can Make This Decade Its Own, has been organized, seeking to explore all these trends and pondering a few burning questions on India's future. Being a soothsayer is never easy. However, we can always reflect on the past, monitor the current, and try to take a peek at the future by appreciating the geopolitical challenges, the technology leaps, the work culture expectations of Gen Z, and the environmental changes, and how we can prepare for the next decade. India's strengths lie in our young population who are tech savvy, who are also conscious of environment and sustainability, making it an exciting decade ahead. Betting on the future is not like betting on a horse or betting on stocks. However, the convention has been designed, commencing with a dialogue and theme, betting on the future, with Mr. Shivanshu Gupta leading the conversation with Mr. Anant Krishnan and Professor Kamakoti sharing their perspectives and setting the context. This will be followed by a keynote address by Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt, Director, Tata Sons Limited. In a convention of this scale, we can't discuss all the areas, but covering fairly the key issues to provide a holistic perspective and the challenges that we need to address is important. This year's convention is, we are focused on 3 business sessions: the future of work, the future of technology, and the future of sustainability. We have a galaxy of eminent speakers addressing the delegates to the convention today. The details of the distinguished chairman and speakers for various special sessions are indicated in the program schedule placed in the delegates kit. I trust all of you will benefit from the deliberations of this convention. Wishing all good luck and a great enriching experience of the convention. One thing I'd like to add is, it is a decade where there is going to be a generational tectonic shift, be it in terms of the workforce requirements, the technological advancements which you're going to see in this decade, as well as the sustainability focus which is going to be there in this world. And all the new technologies which are coming up, being from the IT industry, I think Mr. Anant Krishnan and Dr. Kamakoti are there today, and many other speakers are there. We can talk about wearable robotics, exoskeletons, Web 3.0, metaverse, and many other topics. I think it's going to be a great ride for all of us. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's journey into the future and let us make this India's decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh, for chairing this convention and this wonderful overview that you presented. Ladies and gentlemen, Group Captain Vijay Kumar is not a stranger to this audience. He's been the Executive Director of MMA since 2007 and the Presidential Award winner, Visishta Seva Medal from President of India for his service in Indian Air Force. May I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come and announce the awards, please.
Thank you, Venkat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to announce the winners of the awardees. Madras Management Association has been organizing the MMA competition for young managers annually since the year 1996. The competition is held every year as a prelude to the MMA annual convention on the theme of the convention and restricted to young managers below the age of 40 years. The MMA Competition Young Managers is a platform for young managers to exhibit their talent and leadership skills and thereby win recognition for their potential and excel and lead. The competition provides unique opportunities young managers to demonstrate their knowledge, creativity, experience, and professional prowess to become leaders of tomorrow. The competition this year was held in two stages, preliminary and the final, as a prelude to the MMA annual convention. On the theme of the convention, young managers from the corporates, over 35 of them participated in the overall competition. The panel of judges from the corporates, management professionals, evaluated the written and the oral presentation, the team, and selected the winners. And may I now request our distinguished chief guest and other guest of honor to please step forward, do the honor to present the award. May I? Please, all of you can step forward and do the award. Come. Others can also join, sir, please. Yes, let me have the privilege of announcing Nanda sir. Nanda sir carries a prize money of 15,000 rupees, trophy and certificate. The team from Tata Consulting Services, represented by Parunika, Ramesh, and Ishari. May I request, please. Parunika. This must be a proud moment to get the award from your CTO, not bad at all. Then we have the winning team prize money of 20,000 and the trophy certificate won by a public sector undertaking, that is the team from NTPC and NTCEL, represented by Durga Sambat Kumar and Valli Minal. Very big round of applause for that, for an outstanding award. We also identify an outstanding manager among the participants, and who also wins a cash award of 10,000 rupees, the trophy and certificate. This time the award goes to Mr. Dandapani K from Tata Consulting Services, and he is an outstanding manager here in the 2022. Kamakodi and Shivanshu and other dignitaries, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the first dialogue of this convention on the theme, betting on the future, how India can make this decade its own. Mr. Shivanshu Gupta is the senior partner, McKinsey and Company, Bangalore. He is head founder. He has worked in McKinsey Delhi and Boston offices, serving clients across North America, Europe, India, and China. Shivanshu leads the advanced industries practice in India and is a leader in McKinsey's global operations and advanced industries practices. Thank you, Mr. Shivanshu, for joining us this morning. Mr. K. Ananthakrishnan, CTO, Tata Consultancy Services. He directs research and innovation in TCS, India's largest IT company. Under his leadership, TCS has created significant portfolio of patents, papers, and IP. Anantha served on several governing councils of academia, industry advisory boards, and government committees. Thank you, Mr. Ananth. Professor Kamakoti, once again, is not stranger to this audience. He is Director IIT Madras. Professor Kamakoti is a faculty with the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Madras as well, and is held position of Associate Dean for Industrial Consultancy and Sponsored Research at IIT Madras. He holds numerous positions on various government bodies and agencies, including the member of the National Security Advisory Board, Government of India. Thank you, Mr. Kamakoti. Ladies and gentlemen, all three gentlemen deserve a very good round of applause for having joined us this morning. May I now request Mr. Shivanshu to lead the conversation, please.
Morning, everybody, and thank you for the introductions, and thank you, gentlemen, for joining the dialogue. Maybe I'll just take a few minutes to talk a little bit we're saying betting on the future and betting on India. So I wanted to take a few minutes to just describe a little bit of the context, both globally, what is happening in the recent last couple of years and what does that mean, and also a little bit of the context for India. And then in that context, maybe we will have the discussion. So I think three major trends that I wanted to highlight from a global perspective that will affect the way companies operate. First is just a fundamental shift in supply chains, which will lead to a very different future of global trade. And I'll just double click on that in a minute. The second is value migration towards digital native businesses. That's another massive trend. And the last one is just the shift in consumer preferences. In the last 2 years, we've seen consumer preferences evolve quite significantly. And that will also play a role in how companies look at that. What you see here is a piece of research that we had done, which shows that anywhere between $3 to $5 trillion of trade flows every year for the next half a decade will actually shift locations or shift countries. An example, and this is across sectors, for instance, on the automotive sector, you see of the $1.7 trillion of trade flows that happen globally, we expect anywhere between $260 to $350 billion of trade flows to shift. And I think what has happened is the extent of this only continues to grow because we started with the COVID shock, and a lot of countries and companies said we want to make supply chain resilient. Not only do we want to make it efficient and get the lowest possible cost, but how do we make it resilient? How do we make it China +1? How do we diversify our supply chain? Then what happened in the last year or last several months is as the demand picked back up, the demand picked up so much that, the supply chains that can take some level of fluctuation are now having to fulfill anywhere between 15-17% of demand growth that has happened, which supply chains are not used to. And the third difference that has happened is the value chains themselves are shifting. So if you look at automotive, for instance, or semiconductors, what is happening? A lot of the OEMs are thinking that how do we bypass, let's say, a lot of the tier 1 semiconductor suppliers, who today make microcontrollers or proprietary devices, and actually get onto building, controlling, having reference designs, building software, and almost building the tier 1 supply chains in many instances. So I think this is a massive shift. It continues to grow. This will have a lot of implications for all of us, including getting demand that shifts out of other countries and comes to India as well in the next 10 years. I think the second point I just wanted to say, and we'll hear maybe more from Anant in the discussion and from Professor Kamakoti, is the digital natives, the value migration that is happening there. And we again did a small piece of analysis where we looked at the the market capitalization that has grown from 2019 to 2021. This is the overall market capitalization. And we saw that more than 40% of that capitalization growth actually was captured by only 25 digital native companies. The Apples, the Amazons, the Microsofts of the world, a lot of them were electric vehicle suppliers or producers, like the Teslas and the Rivians of the world. And then there were a lot of other e-commerce companies. So that is the second big trend, and we'll talk a little bit about this. And the third trend, which I think all of us have experienced in the last 2 years, is just the shift in consumer preferences. My parents, who had never even used WhatsApp in their lives, have downloaded Big Basket and are actually ordering food. And I don't think they will change this now that things are opening up. So, there is massive shift in work from home, doing e-commerce or ordering stuff from home, home deliveries, lot of different trends, which again, we will have to be careful of, or, as India expands, this will be a big driver of growth as well as something that we need to be careful on. So I think these are three big global context shifts, which is the supply chains or trade flows. The second one being, digital native value creation, and the third one being consumer preference shifts. And very quickly, I will also touch upon 2 points of Indian context as we move forward. In the next 7 to 8 years, there will be about 90 million job seekers in India as we look at our demographics and as we move forward, who will be seeking jobs in the next 7-8 years. For that to happen, we will need to drive a GDP growth of 8.5%. And that is not going to be easy, because as you see on this page, this means both net employment as well as productivity growth will have to be the best that has been, in the last 20 years. So if we take our net employment growth of the first 10 years of this century, from 2000 to 2012, we take the productivity growth of the next 10 years, which is this past decade. That is what will help us achieve that real GDP growth of 8.5%. So we have a significant job seeking population, and we have to continue to grow the economy at a very high rate to be able to absorb them. So that's one part of the context. I think the second part of the context that I wanted to quickly leave with you is a lot of the value creation happens with a certain scale of companies, which we are saying here large firms. But here large firms refers to anything more than 500 million US dollars. So whether you look at exports, 40% of India's exports are driven by these firms. Almost half of the revenue contribution to nominal GDP happens from these firms. And the productivity that they drive is more than 10x of other smaller firms. And if you look at the right-hand side of this page, if we compare ourselves to even our Southeast Asian peers, we are much smaller in terms of the number of such firms of this size that we have in India as opposed to any other country. So that means that for us to drive that growth, this is one other enabler where we will have to continue to migrate companies from smaller size to grow bigger and then grow bigger, which will also help drive value creation. Those were just 2 points of Indian context, and as before I just open the floor to our two panelists, I will just say that as we therefore think about a lot of what will happen in India, 6 imperatives for a lot of the companies in India. Of course, they will vary a little bit by sector, industry, etc. First is investing in innovation. How do we do that before that is required? Number 2 and number 3 are kind of together. How do we focus on growth, which will be driven in a large part by tier 2 and tier 3 cities and economies? A lot of the growth will now in the next decade be driven by that. So how do we capture that? How do we build a cost leadership? The 2 factors that drive most of the total return to shareholders is revenue growth and margin expansion. And that's the number 3, which is how do we expand our margin? How do we build a cost competitive position? Number 4, as we saw the trends, how do we connect with the consumers directly on a close basis? 5 is there a way to drive partnerships and build asset light systems as opposed to investing capex and assets? And last is, again, that will be a topic of discussion today. How do we invest in sustainability, ESG and others? So maybe I'll just pause there just to set the context for our discussion. And Anant and Professor Kamakoti, maybe, if you had some opening remarks, maybe wanted to take a few minutes to say that before we get into a little bit of a discussion.
Thank you, Shivanshu. Very illuminating context setting that you have done. I'll just share my perspective from where I sit. I mean, as CTO of TCS, I get to see a lot of this kind of strategy from our customers globally. In fact, I'm leaving tomorrow to go to Europe for our annual European customer event. And I'll be at a similar panel on Monday. There are two things that I'd just like to highlight. One is that what you have illustrated here is not just an India opportunity or an India analysis, but I hear very similar messages from many parts of the world. So clearly the opportunity is visible to European companies, to North American companies, South American companies, Asian economies, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. Secondly, the analysis that you have done on the expectations of the consumer are also surprisingly uniform across the world. You know, what your parents and my parents are doing is very similar to the way in which people have gotten used to this digital intermediated consumption. Pandemic has triggered it and accelerated it significantly, but it was building up over the last 5 or 10 years. And our children are probably at the vanguard, and now the rest of us have caught up with it. So this is a trend which will drive change in multiple industries, multiple contexts, because the consumer end finally drives your products, your services, your design, your supply chain, and everything else. The last point is on the unglamorous but very necessary back end, the production, supply chains, and then going backwards into sustainability is also something which is changing dramatically. So I'll probably touch upon a little bit of all the three: global, the consumer, and then what is happening in the back end when we have our chat.
So thank you, Shivanshu. I think it's a great panel. COVID has actually normalized things, right? So we now compare India versus Europe as apple versus apple, right? So needs there, needs here, the trend there, trend here, everything seems to be same. And at every place we have our own strengths and weaknesses. Now this is all about the game is which weakness of the other should I exploit and how do I leverage my strength to grow ahead. I think that sort of a race is coming up, and that's what we see in this silly semiconductor chip shortage stuff. For example, we opened up a hostel, 1,200 seater, 4 months before we ordered for network switches. So the price has increased from 15,000 to 20,000 to 36,000 rupees today. I know for sure, I've been with electronics for the last 20 years. The total value will be 3,000 rupees. Okay. This is not becoming like onion hoarding, right? So, so this is some crazy things that are happening. I think we are in a very good situation now. We should fight this battle. Being a director of a premier technology institution in the country, I'm very excited to take this battle. Okay. So we'll go ahead when we continue on the discussion.
No, thank you. Thank you both. So maybe Anand, I start with you, and you have a unique vantage point of being at the center of technology and innovation in one of the largest firms, not only in India but in the world. So maybe we start with your thoughts, and you had begun to talk about it, on the role that technology you think will play not only in your sector but across industries in the next decade for Indian companies.
Taking off from some of the remarks that you made, and then what you reinforced and I also shared. Taking off from what you shared and then what both of us said in our opening remarks, the global trend, first of all, what is it that the world seems to be doing? 4 horizons or buckets of activity across industries. The first is that leverage digital technologies in any shape or form as fast as possible. I've heard banks, airlines, hospitals, XYZ industries saying that, oh, we are a technology company with a banking license or an airline license and so on. So aspiration is for free. Execution is hard, as we all know, but that aspiration is there now. So I want cloud, I want best of data maturity. I want digital front ends for everything. So this digital core is happening, will continue to happen, different phrases. See, one good thing about the last 20, 30 years in the world of technology is that all technologists have become very good marketers. Right? We invent, industry 4.0, nobody cares about 1, 2, and 3. 4.0 means web 2.0, now web 3.0. So everything is, so core, let's assume that it will happen, money will be spent, and what you said about the world's top 40 companies, etc., are all digital native is a fairly good guess. It is fueled by that consumer demand that we remarked on, and it will be directionally, I think, a secular trend for the next 10 years, maybe even 20, 30 years. Some of us are involved in that India 2047 initiative, drawing it up for various parts of the, I think you also have been contributing, sir, as senior in some of those committees. Even the National Academy of Engineering, both of us are fellows, we have got a committee looking at India 2047 and so on. So all that will happen. The more specific thing on the second bucket is what I would call the AI-driven mania. Why am I calling it a mania? Because AI technically has blossomed in the last about 15 years. There was a big, what the computer scientists call an AI winter from about the, when I was graduating from IIT Delhi in the mid 80s. AI was not a field anybody would go to. It was a disaster area. But suddenly, after about 2006 or so, 2007 or so, it has just shot up. And predominantly because of processor improvement, data capacity to handle large amounts of data and so on, and a big surge in the algorithmic capability. So now it has become mainstream in industries, AI everywhere. AI in the supply chain, AI in production, AI in even in creating new materials, using AI for agriculture. Every primary, secondary, tertiary industry is now AI. So let's call this the intelligent enterprise. I called it mania, but maybe it's safe enough to bet that this is going to continue in a sense. Number 3 is what I would call ecosystem connecting technologies. What are ecosystem connecting technologies? So most of us in the last probably 100 years of industry are very familiar with supply chains. So supply chain means that there is a well-defined outcome. There is usually a set of players who are close to the outcome, and then there are a set of 2, 3, 4 tiers of, from the raw material all the way to the end product. And everybody extracts value along the way. So this way of thinking is not new. It got established perhaps in the early days of the Industrial Revolution. Now there is a slightly different twist because of the consumer changing behavior. The paths to the consumer being heavily digitally intermediated now, the supply chain is becoming more and more dynamic. So when your parents order on Big Basket, the fact that they have ordered X, Y, and Z products on that basket in that order at this time in this city with this demographic with this credit card or debit card by itself has become a fuel for additional industries or additional players to buy, sell that data and make something of it. This results in very dynamic value chains. We haven't yet found a good word for it. Web 3.0 is coming up, blockchain technologies are coming up, even 5G is jumping into the bandwagon and saying that I am a ecosystem technology. Data, of course, is a well-established platform. So let us watch this space. The experience of it will be real as we are doing today, that somebody shows up on a two-wheeler and actually delivers some physical good to a doorstep. It could be virtual, like education is getting served up today virtually. Entertainment is getting served up virtually, OTT and metaverse and all of that. What else will be served up virtually is interesting to see. And on a little bit of a tangential note, there will be, the bad guys industry will be the first ones to adopt all of that. Right? So, watch for gambling, illicit trade, all kinds of things will probably exploit these technologies far better than conventional industry. So let's watch that ecosystem technology space quite closely. And finally, there is what I call the science-led future. The science-led future is going to be about grand challenges. Sustainability by itself is a huge one, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. So many hard to abate problems are there in sustainability. Right? People talk about IT industry is 2% of the world's emissions. I mean, that's an important big chunk, but there are 30% problems that we have to solve. And there, I think computing will play a big role. Processor improvements will play a big role. New ways of doing science and engineering in healthcare and everything will play a big role. Lastly, all this is global context. India, just 2 additional points. The same experience story we have seen unfold in 2 or 3 very unheralded ways. One is health. Right? It is amazing what Professor Kamakoti has been on the forefront of the COVID thing, and maybe we'll talk about it. But things like the COVID app. Right? When today, now that the vaccination surge has, shall we say, reached a plateau, but if you go for a vaccination today, you get a certificate within literally 5 minutes, which is outstanding, right? With your PAN card or passport or whatever it is. And this kind of expectation is there now in every industry in India: financial inclusion, healthcare. Every service product will become digitally intermediated in India. That's, I think, a given that every industry will have to worry about. And lastly, what you said about the supply chain shifts, in automotive, in pharmaceuticals, in chemicals, and so on. COVID test kit manufacturing in India was 0 at the beginning of the pandemic. Today, we are not just self-sufficient, but if somebody else wants test kits, I'm sure we can export it also. This has happened not because large companies stepped in. There's a very huge number of small, mid-sized companies which have really dissected the value chain of what goes into a test kit. And there is a very efficient data marketplace which has sprung up, which connects demand and supply to all of these guys. It's a case study in itself. It's a very low-key kind of an achievement, but I thought in the context of supply chains and new value chains, I just illustrate that. So that's the learning that I'd like to highlight.
That's very, very insightful. Professor Kamakoti, maybe, you are at the center of kind of training all our future leaders of the country who will come and be leaders in the next decade. So how do you, what is your view of what is that foundation that will be required in these set of leaders so that, they help capture this opportunity that we see in the next decade, whether it's skill, infrastructure, talent, regulations?
We, today, just I'll share my experience. 3 months before when I was an associate dean, we just needed a bunch of Java coders to develop some simple software for our process workflow. 6 months we had struggled to get one person whom we offered 80,000 for IIT. It's a good pay. It's just a little less than assistant process play. 2 days later, very, very bright candidate, but from some Thiruvallur, very, not an urban place. Sir, God, I 1 lakh jobs, sir, I can't come. Okay. So this is reality. So the point is, we need to make them employable. There's no question about it. I always draw parallels between banking systems where, people were writing the checks. I was the board of one of the oldest bank, and that I went through the records of how promotions were done when they wanted to come out with a promotion policy. A person who can count 1,000 notes in half an hour was given promotion. Service productivity. Today we have a counting machine. But when that point, say 40 branches, 3,000 people, today, 70,000 people, because of technology, it's not that the job has cut down, but there has been continuous increase, but reskilling becomes extremely important. So I think one of the basic things that from IIT we are trying to do is to bring in a lot more of reskilling opportunities. And our online BSc program that we have announced, first of its kind, probably in Asia. We have around 12,000 students. Before this, we had currently we have 12,000 offline students. So in 1 year, we just doubled our intake. And also this famous important question, right? That 15 lakh people write the JEE mains exam. 15,000 we admit to IITs. What happened to the remaining 14 lakh 85,000? This is the answer. So we have a system with TCS IAM, which can do the examination. We can scale this up to 1 or 2 lakh. And if 10 IITs do that, I think we exceed the capacity of number of people who write. So this gives an opportunity to come in. I think online education, though we call it online, it's actually a BSc degree where we teach, it's a live interaction, it's proctored examination, labs are conducted, and etc. So we have started, like Anand told, we have started with data science and AI, which across sectors is going to be important. So I jovially say, including the monkey of IIT wants to attend the deep learning course. Okay, right? So we have AI in every department, right? AI in chemical, AI in chemistry, AI in engineering design, AI in applied mechanics, of course, AI in computer science, and so on. I think that's a very, very important movement. So with respect to reskilling, this is very important that we take up and we make it more inclusive. As Anand said, right, so the productivity gap in making this COVID kit, we struggled quite a bit. It is not that the Prime Minister suddenly came out with this Atmanirbhar. We were affected and we did feel the pinch. And that, that you may see during the lockdown, a very passionate speech by the Prime Minister, I think it came from his heart. The reason why COVID kit came up much more is many of these, even industry from semi-urban areas actually copped up. We also evaluated many kits in IIT when they came for some testing, etc. I think that is very important, and we have not democratized that part. We have not tapped the rural intelligence. I strongly believe in that. So we need to set up some rural technology centers. We have started, I think CAMS has supported 2 centers where we go and keep some 3D printers, we keep, some computers. We train people, we keep certain ways by which through Zoom and all this online education, we can reach to those kids. And we are seeing, even within the first 2-3 months of operation, we are actually seeing some very good improvement in the rural colleges. I think that we need to address if we really want to scale. So, with respect to infrastructure, of course, you have another question. Good, we have open book test today. So it's going to come next. But then there are a lot of examples I can give about infrastructure. I'll reserve for the second question that you're asking.
Thank you so much. Maybe Anand, shifting back to you, we briefly talked about digital natives and the value creation that they're doing in the economies, and both of hello, yeah, and both of you referred to that as well. I guess the question, for India's next decade, digital natives or startups, what is the role that you see that they will play? And also following on that, our traditional companies, how can they capture, and you referred to some of the ideas when you spoke before, but anything also on what can they do and how can they leverage this as they move?
I think the biggest mindset shift that has happened in India in the last probably 10-15 years, that it is respectable for a young person to say, graduating from any institution, IITs, downwards, to say that I'm going to work in a startup. Right? It's not seen to be a negative from at least peer group, parental pressure, etc., etc. Whereas it is very different in our time. Right? We would all try to join either an academic institution or go abroad or join a big company. So that I think is a huge shift, which is a very positive shift. not just at entry level, but at mid-career level and even senior levels. So the talent pool coming into the startup world, the quality and quantity has jumped up dramatically. Secondly, I think many of the low-hanging fruit in the startup world, which is essentially to use this digital intermediated something to go deliver to consumers certain value. Multiple sectors, we saw it in retail, we saw it in food delivery, we saw it in education and so on. I think those low-hanging fruit there's enough and more being done. Even better news, I think the mid-tier operations of companies, the so-called SaaS companies, ERPs of some sort, more, shall we within quotes, serious B2B work. Chennai is got enough examples of that. The last plan of that, I think, is what I would call the core engineering or the deep tech companies. That is the opportunity for the future. There aren't enough of that. There isn't enough Indian venture capital money going into that. Third and most importantly, the amount of work being done in the premier education institutions in terms of that actual deep science or deep technology is not getting exploited. So both of us are sitting in many committees at the government level on this deep tech, what should we do and how should we get companies. That is where the role of large companies, I think, becomes very important. In the first two, role of large companies might be relatively, you can mentor, you can coach, you can do this, that and all that. The mid-tier SaaS, yes, there is a more active role. Speaking from a TCS perspective, I run a global co-innovation network. Where we leverage our position in the global top 1,000, 2,000 companies, identify opportunities which we cannot or should not fulfill. And then from this network of 2,000 odd startups globally, we fulfill that as a new value chain. So let's say there is a bank, airline, etc., sitting in some part of the world which needs widget X. TCS does not have widget X. I say, okay, startup co-innovation network of TCS, please come and bid with me on this. If you win, you succeed, I succeed. So that is the kind of role that mid-tier can happen in a very positive way for large company. But in the deep tech science thing, we need institutional support. Whether it is IIT research parks, whether it is corporations investing, whether we create extrapreneur models, work with the actual science and technology interventions and so on. And I think there lots of good models are being tried out worldwide. China has a model, Europe has a model, the US has a model. India should learn from all of them and also try to do our own thing. There's enough potential there.
Makes sense. And maybe even Professor Kamakoti taking from here, and I think Anant referred to this, but if we were to then drive similar intensity of innovation that we see in a Silicon Valley or in Israel, what will it take for us as India to do that?
Only one word, Atma Vishwas. Okay. We need to have confidence in ourselves. I'll tell you one thing, the CTO of TCS is here. See, September 9, 2019, this is driven from a national security perspective. We have this communication network and we really felt everything is happening inside, everything is black box. The whole network is a black network, dark net, as far as we are concerned. We don't know what is inside any router, nothing. So at that point, everybody said India can't do anything. We are out. So we had one meeting in the office of PSA where can India do her next generation indigenous computing network, communication network. So we had 12 industries that time participating, including Tata, LXI, Tata Communications also. So today, I'm very proud to tell you that under the leadership of Tata, we have a complete consortium of Indian industry who can provide end-to-end Atmanirbhar 4G network. So it has Tata, it has Tejas network on which Tata has betted. That's what Atmavishwas, so they believed. So Tejas network has there, then there is one Sukta, then a lot of startups and C-Dot. We found a core developed indigenously which scaled to million calls. And that it took just 3 months to put it in place. And today, with all good hope, we could see one of our national telco with this 4G Atmanirbhar network. The good thing is now that 4G can quickly become 5G because we have the complete source code with us. We know what is inside. I think that is most important thing, Atmavishwas. I'll stop there.
Well said, well said. I think maybe we have time for one more question for each of you. Anand, maybe on the sustainability side, and you touched on it. I think it's a big shift. A lot of companies are looking at it. What in your view, how should companies think about that, and what are you seeing companies do in that area?
So sustainability is indeed jumped up in visibility worldwide in the last 5-7 years. It's become a boardroom priority. It's become a public priority, especially in countries like Europe. There's lots of grassroots support from younger people. And public opinion, by and large, is saying that there is a problem and we need to tackle it politically and all that. It's become a major issue. Getting to the nuts and bolts of it, the major problem, the United Nations has designed those 20 SDGs and so on. And they're all important in their own way, hunger, poverty, health, and so on. But there are a few, I think, like climate, which have captured the imagination of people. So I'll use climate as a proxy for many of the others. The principles of tackling this challenge, I think, are no different from many other grand challenges that are there. First, we have to get our arms around what does it mean. So measuring and reporting, I think, is the first step. So ESG reporting is not yet a worldwide accepted standard, but de facto, I think most, at least large companies are doing it. So I would encourage everybody in MMA, this audience, to at least get a baseline of where you are. It's like, a New Year health resolution to say that I'm going to lose weight. The first thing you have to do is go stand on the scale on January 1st and say, what is your current weight? And what is your target weight, right? So that ESG does that. So that's the first thing. Please measure. And if you don't have the tools and all that, get it. There are enough people, companies providing you the basic measurement. Second thing is, I think you have to start understanding what is it that you can do to reach whatever target you're setting. So there's enough methodology there. There's scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. The important thing is scope 1 and 2, which is your primary emissions and then your immediate secondary emissions. It's not easy, but you can control that fairly well. Scope 3, which is your value chain emissions, is a very tricky thing. So if you have to really get your arms around the philosophy of sustainability, I think you should start looking at what can you do to influence your value chain to become sustainable as a whole. That's a very difficult thing for most companies, so they put it as an out of syllabus question. I will do scope 1, 2, I will reach this, and that's the end of the story. But they are dodging the major opportunity. For example, IT industry, I mentioned that IT industry emissions, direct and indirect, scope 1 and 2 is about 2%, 3% of the total. It is growing because of Bitcoin mining and cloud computing and all that. But that apart, it is 2% of the problem. But the way in which computing can influence the other 98%. And I mentioned a few, like for example, to see whether steel making can become green. And Professor Kamakoti mentioned that metallurgy is now having AI and materials design is this thing. Can some super duper quantum computing algorithm be designed to make sure that steel making with hydrogen, which has been proved at small plant scale, can that scale up to a mega steel plant? Those are simulations which nobody is doing right now. So that kind of a thinking, I think, is where the real opportunity is for the other 98%. For IT industry to say, I've solved my 2% problem, so life is good, doesn't mean anything. That's where I would say that you don't just do scope 1 and 2, measure, do scope 1 and 2, but the big opportunity is in your value chain sustainability.
Makes sense. And Mr. Kamakoti, maybe we'll take this as the last question on, we all know a lot of the growth will now come from tier 2, tier tier 3 cities. So what in your view will take to establish, companies, firms, as well as talent and job opportunities in tier 2, tier 3?
So I hail from a village which is 20 kilometers from Kumbakonam. Today, there are 4 companies running out of that village because of the hybrid mode. At least 2 auditors have gone permanently settled there. They have a 6,000 square feet house with 300 rupees rent. Okay. All vegetables available, cow milk. Don't go for that morning, that point, no, wait for anything. No, morning, go, fresh milk. It's a very good life. River flowing behind. So people have realized this. One of great examples, of course, Sridhar Vembu, Padma Shri Sridhar Vembu, who did it in Tenkasi. So his headquarters is almost in Tenkasi. Though he's, we all say it's across globe. Main operations happen there. So I think connectivity has become a good one, and I think that is where the tier 2, tier 3 is going to grow. And people do believe cost of living is less and quality of living is very good, unless you land up with some major heart problem where you need to come to Apollo, right? So that's not the case, you can stay there. So that's number 1. Number 2 is today, and the access to space, which is very important for growing up some organizations, that's coming up. And deployment also is going to tier 2, tier 3 cities. For example, if you look at the productivity, you also had a question on productivity. I just wanted to mention this. Suddenly we needed oxygen beds. So IIT Madras incubated company, Modulus Housing, created 3,000 oxygen beds within 10 days or 15 days. Okay, during that stuff. So they just went, it's just like, even I wanted one small emergency response center as my kids are coming back. 3 days. They say, sir, it's over, go and so we can inaugurate. So this is something, that is a big productivity that we are getting because of that. But he has now empowered 100, 150 people. So the company is growing. So it's not that employment has come down because of this automation, but it's cementless. More importantly, you don't need permission, still treated as a temporary structure. And many hospitals have built many beds very quickly. So these are opportunities, and many of these installations were in tier 2, tier 3. So since the business is there, it's also quite natural for them to set up the factory there. So this is another very important thing that's happening. The third thing is that we get very good manpower, stable manpower, right? All of them can talk about attrition. Very, very stable. If I look at, if we talk to Sridhar, I think we should call him here, how he managed that. That's a very interesting story. The attrition is very, very, very less. And he says that in the village, if I'm paying that much, he also very jovially told, like the girls are earning much more. They are not able to get grooms, right? So we are matching the pay, right? So that is also very important. And it also goes on with our women empowerment and all the other important things that we have in the country, right? So tier 2, tier 3 cities have intelligence which we can tap. There's a market there, there are consumers there. It's also quite natural that we put our factories there. So if there is a tomato farm, it's better to put a ketchup factory closer to that. Transportation will be less and other things. And people have realized. And the connectivity, especially the 5G that we are waiting up, it's going to give us a very, very good prospect. And we need to capitalize this. Government has also come for all government procurements, including what we procure at IIT. They have now tried to identify something like, if you want to purchase anything above 5 lakhs, I need to first put a local tender, prove that there is no local supplier for this, and then go for a global tender. So these are very important things.
Now, all the established industries like Tata's and HCL and Wipro and all, Infosys and all these people, like
you have said, no betting, so they can bet on these technologies, identify some startups, or they themselves can start building these technologies and then put up these factories in, see, Hosu is tier 2, it's not tier 1, right? Still, see the amount of activities happen. Just a simple example. So put these, items that are not available, that is proven to be not available, and add that 3-4 years, I think we will have. So one thing is that, we can share with all these industries. I think I want to put it on the website. So these are all the technologies not available for which we are paying dollars. can we make it available? So this is one another interesting thing that has come up because of the government policy. Thank you.
That's amazing. I won't try to summarize what you guys said. It was a very, very insightful discussion. And I think the two things maybe I would say is one, and that you said that, you know, the complexity and the ecosystem play, which will supply chain of customers, allied businesses will be very complex, and it'll be interesting to see how it evolves. And Professor Kamakodi, I take the Atma Vishwas from you as a one word this thing. But thank you both very much for such an engaging discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, all the panelists. That was really enlightening and insightful. Before we conclude this session, ladies and gentlemen, there's a very, very important announcement and a very pleasant duty to do. May I request President MMA and the dignitaries on the dais to present the memento. President MMA presenting memento to all the dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Surancho. Thank you so much, Mr. Anand. Thank you, Professor Kamakoti. Thanks for making it here this morning. And also, may I now request President MMA to present the memento to the convention chair.
I got a special announcement. A convention of this nature cannot be really organized unless we have an excellent leader who leads you from the front. This year, we are privileged to have with Suresh Raman. We have been planning for the last couple of months and put together a lovely convention as a purpose of appreciation. I would request the chief guest today to present the memento to Suresh Raman. Thank you, sir, for all your support. We were able to bring in a great convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mahalingam is Vice President MMA. He is also the partner and director of the TSM Group of Companies. May I now invite him to propose the vote of thanks, please.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see a packed audience after a long, long time, almost 2 years. It's really a nice sight to behold for sore eyes. It's indeed a privilege and honor for me to propose this vote of thanks. Actually, it's a very rare honor for me to even share stage with such luminous intellectuals today. The topic was, the theme for the session is, for the event today is betting on the future, how India can make it this decade its own. Given its technological advantage and the way technology will share the future, India can definitely bet well. Given that, we couldn't have had more brain power on the table than we had today. We had the senior partner of one of the leading consulting companies in the world, Mr. Shivanshu Gupta. We had a director of one of the leading technology institutions in the world, I should say, Mr. Kamakoti, IIT director. And the privilege of calling Anant my friend, who's the CTO of, again, one of the world's leading IT companies, I should say. So we have international brain power here, and we are really fortunate to have all of you together on the table. As far as the discussion goes, I must say, I'm technologically challenged, but I understood a lot of what happened today, and at least the impact of what it could do to us, our lives. And we are experiencing it, and really an eye-opener for me. Thank you. We'd like to thank our knowledge partner for the conference, McKinsey, who've been working on this for the last 10 years with us. They conceptualize the theme, construct the sessions, help us with speakers, and they've done it for 10 years. Thank you so much, especially Naveen and Varun, basically. I thank eminent invitees, past presidents, senior executives, and corporates who encouraged MMA in its new initiatives to propagate management excellence in this part of the country. Thank you. No word of thanks today, especially given the context, will be complete without thanking sponsors. Given everybody is tightening belts, our sponsors have been very generous and supported us for many years, and they continue to support us despite the pandemic and other factors. In this context, we should mention Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, who have been supporting MMA through the years. Thank you. I wish to also thank the distinguished speakers and chairpersons of the day who have graciously responded, and honestly, we pushed many of them to come in person and many of them have accepted. That's very nice of them given the situation when we invited them. Now it looks a lot better. They've kept their word and come here. Thanks all of you for making it in person. It was, so I would like to mention specifically our keynote speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt, who's a director at Tata Sons, who's going to immediately after the break deliver the keynote address. Thanks, Bhaskar. Thankful to the media, members of the media who have always supported MMA through its activities and helped us create awareness of what we do across the country. Should thank all the delegates who are here and corporates for sponsoring them. No convention would have ever been complete without a packed audience. Now I'm tempted to believe that a few of us in the committee, including Shankar, Suresh, me and the President Subra, wanted it in a hotel. Maybe we should have done it. But anyway, all the same, thanks for coming here in large numbers. Great. Ms. Padmaja's rendition of the invocation song was soulful. Thank you, madam, for setting the tone literally. I would also like to thank the viewers who are watching this online. I think you kept us going through the pandemic when we didn't have programs like this, and gave us energy to keep going. And of course, we should thank the MMA secretary led by Group Captain Vijay Kumar. Now he's the heart, soul, blood, call it what behind this. He and his team do an outstanding job, and we get to do all these, make these nice speeches. Vijay, without you, MMA wouldn't be there. It's not an exaggeration, it's from the heart. And all of us in the committee and office bearers would believe that. You might wonder why a word of thanks in the beginning of an event. I'm sure many of you are going through that in your mind. We thought, given the fact that many of you are in person, and we should thank you, convey our gratitude in person to all of you. And more importantly, given the situation that this hybrid and many people choose the sessions they want to view, we thought we should use this opportunity to thank you now. And we're going to have a word of thanks later in the day also. We at MMA would like to be very thankful to all of you. All of you who are coming, thanks a lot. Have a great session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malin. Thank you, Mr. Mali. Thanks all the distinguished speakers on the dais. Here we break for tea. That brings us to the end of this inaugural session. Please be back 5 minutes before 11 for the plenary session. Mr. So let's all settle down and welcome the guest speaker for the plenary session now. May I request all the participants in the lobby to kindly move in case you had your cup of tea, please.
Good morning, Mr. Bhaskabat. Welcome. Are you able to hear me, sir? If you put on your camera, we'll be able to see you. Morning, Mr. Bhaskabat. Are you able to hear me? It's good, Captain Vijay here, sir.
I can see you.
Oh, thank you, sir. If you put on your camera, you'll be able to check your.
Yeah, I will. I'll put on.
But I am strength 5. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Thank you. Your voice also quite clear, sir.
Yeah. 1 moment.
If you are ready to go, sir. Whenever you are ready, you tell me, sir.
I'll be ready exactly on time. Don't worry.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. So good to see you again, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us. The audience are waiting to hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt is the director, Tata Sons Limited. He's joined us online from Mumbai today. Mr. Bhatt took over as the managing director of the company on 1st April 2002 and held the position till his superannuation on 30th September 2019. Subsequently, he was appointed as the non-executive, non-independent director of the company with effect from October 1st, 2019. It's my privilege to invite Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt to deliver the keynote address this morning on this special convention, Betting on the Future, how India can make this decade its own. Presenting Mr. Bhaskar Bhatt.
Thank you. Thank you for that dramatic presentation. And it's always a pleasure to be addressing such a respected and august audience as you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. You're very please.
Okay. When both Shivkumar as well as actually Shivkumar invited me, I had, I mean, there was no doubt, whether I'd participate or not. It was only a question of which date and what time. It's always a pleasure. But when Captain Vijay Kumar told me about the topic, I was a little taken aback. Is this at all for debate, up for debate? Because it's not just India's decade, but I believe it's India's century. So, it's not a matter of debate. It's only a question of the how. And I think you have rightly positioned the seminar as the how. I don't profess to know too much about the how, but I do believe, as most of us in the Tata Group have betted on and believed on this economic engine called India. It's a very unique engine, and it's been on a growth path, irrespective of governments, irrespective of global ups and downs for the last, starting 91, 92, if I remember, for the last 31 years. And that, I mean, of course, as I said, we have had years of slow growth. We've had years of extraordinary growth. But like the proverbial Indian elephant, it is growth and continues to grow. One extraordinary indicator, all of you are aware, has been the performance of the Indian stock market. I'm just limiting this starting of my address to what I did not really believe in through my career, that companies' market caps represent their performance. But the reality is that it's hard money that is put into the markets. The performance of Indian stock markets during the COVID period is now legendary. All of us know. The index has perhaps more than doubled, except for the last 3 weeks, thanks to the war in Eastern Europe. Now, why I go back to the stock market or refer to the stock market is that this is real money chasing ideas or investments or performance. Now, what has it done? What it represents, and is a question we can debate. It has put money into the hands of many, I would say, middle-class Indians, apart from investors themselves. But more than that, it signifies the potential of the economy. As we, I hope, come out of the pandemic, yes, there are, WHO still warns us, saying the pandemic is not yet over. Be careful. But I add to that, be careful, but don't be fearful. One large and important indicator of the Indian response not of the last 2 years. I'm talking about the recent announcement of opening up of the scheduled international flights is a significant indicator of the confidence that the Indian government has placed in the so-called, I would say, reduction of the danger of the pandemic. Because through these 2 years, starting from 23rd of March, if I'm not wrong, it is the Ministry of Health working with the aviation sector, which has very rightly regulated flying, starting with, completely stopping to then regulating both the capacity utilization, compared to pre-COVID levels by each airline, to pricing and so on. So the Ministry of Health has been closely involved. And when I say permitting international travel, domestic travel, you know that the capacity constraints have gone. There are only pricing constraints today. There are bands of pricing. Now, that for me is an indication of the confidence that the government has in handling, even if there is a minor outbreak locally, of the confidence of handling any recurrence of a new form of a new variant of this SARS-CoV. Therefore, when we look at just the current year, I'm not even talking of the next 10 years, as you have articulated in your subject. It is in the Tata view, it's going to be an 8.8% GDP growth. I know it varies depending on who has done the projection, but it is still a growth which is one of the highest in the world. And that is going to be driven as usual by consumption. It will certainly be driven by, to begin with consumption. And there will thereafter be a cycle of capex investments by industry after they have covered the capacity utilization shortfall, which is of the order of magnitude of about 35% on the average. When I go back to consumption, of how it's going to be a very, very steady but positive and continuous growth in consumption, consumer expenditure, which is that to begin with, the household accumulated savings over the last 2 years are going to be available to households. The second is the performance of our rural sector, and overarching on all that has been the 700+ million people who have been vaccinated, 3/4 of the population and rising. For any consumer expenditure consumer confidence to come back, it is really at the level of the individual consumer, and all these actions of the government of opening up lead to confidence among consumers to go out and spend. So high physical touch sectors like restaurants, retailing, travel, which were significantly impacted, are going to come back and come back with a bang. We are already witnessing this in some of our companies, and it will only improve. The labor market is on fire. If I were to take the kind of demands on companies because of attrition, and the attrition is not like the great resignation that is happening in the Western world, where those resignations are triggered by a soul searching by young people on what they do at work and why they work. Out here, it is not that. It is the red hot economy of startups, technology companies who want new age talent, young talent yesterday rather than tomorrow. And companies are witnessing this. So it is a good time to be in the job market today. Of course, the skills have to be quite different from what they were, and all of us know about it. The third confidence that I have and all of us have in this elephant trudging along confidently, maybe we'll make the elephant dance, is the formalization of the Indian economy. That journey started several years back, and it is a very determined and well-planned move ahead. We have had our problems with demonetization, we've had our problems with GST, but just look at the GST collections, rising month on month, and even during some months of COVID, we had crossed 100,000 crores in a month. And now we are crossing 130,000 crores. That formalization of the economy is a very, very good sign as global investors look upon investing in India as well. The fourth theme that holds out great hope for India, and all of you know it, which is the young population raring to go, not to spend alone, but to create new business model in this digital age. It's an extraordinary change in India, which is the desire to make a significant impact in a selected sector of the economy. Not everyone succeeds, but good ideas have found money and success. Yes, there are many lessons to be learned, but these youngsters, they're not just young by age, they are young at heart as well, are big risk takers, very hardworking, and are willing to, get tripped at one hurdle and yet rise and run again. That undercurrent in the economy bodes great news for everyone. Yes, it is very competitive, but India is such a huge market. Our per capita GDP is so much lower than many of countries which are as large as us or larger, and some much smaller, of course, that the journey is only upward. Any sector, whether you take airlines or consumer goods, fast-moving consumer goods, or fintech, the opportunities for transformation, change, and improved consumer experience is only going to make it better and better. Therefore, if I were to look at where I believe big ideas, big investments need to be made. I would summarize it as what online has shown us, what digital has shown us. It is convenience, comfort, and cost. All of them, when I say convenience, COVID actually showed us sitting at home what you could do online. Comfort is, of course, you are aware you don't have to venture out in a car and go to a retail outlet, park your car far away, walk to the retail outlet and then purchase the goods. It is comfort, convenience, and cost. The cost of transactions has come down significantly thanks to online. And the last bit, all of this, except cost, of course, is captured in what I know as experience, what I call experience. And there are many ways you can skin that cat. Globally, if ever there was a phrase called experience economy, that is the one where investments are going big time. It is consumers are willing to pay a multiple of what they were paying for a product for the experience of acquiring that product. Multiples. How it splits, nobody knows, but we know that premiums on brands, premiums on product categories themselves are based on the functionality of a product. Sitting on top of that is the experience of the product as well as the experience of transacting with that company in the purchase process, in the use process, in the after sale service process when it comes to a physical product, or even a service. If you take hotels, airlines, restaurants, it's not the food alone, it is the experience of eating and sitting and getting served that people pay for. It goes on. So I do believe that the experience economy, India has still not witnessed the kind of growth that we are going to see as we, if I were to take the big fat Indian wedding, where billions of dollars are flowing for 2 years, it was on a back foot and now it's going to explode. What is it? Finally, the event itself at best or at worst would be maybe 2 hours. But today weddings last, 4 days, and each of them is sliced with a different experience, different theme, different dress, different jewelry, what have you, food, which is different. So the experience economy, we have to think about in an innovative manner. And again, in India, the experience economy mixed with what Indians are known for, which is emotion. So when you mix experience with emotion, which is very unique to India, I'm not saying others are not, but this is something, we all of us know the size of our cinema, the number of movies that are made in India. It's not about just entertainment, it is the kind of entertainment. So when you mix emotion with experience, you get a bang for the buck, it is product, functionality, experience, emotion, all of this combined, which gives India its unique position of skinning what we know as the economy for not economics, for a company. So I think during this session in the next, I guess preceding me and thereafter following me, there'll be a lot that will be spoken about the formalizing of the economy, about digitization, about globalization, Atmanirbhar, the PLI scheme. All of these are aligned towards making India stronger. And yes, there are debates about what is working, what is not working, but directionally, we are on the right path. And I say this despite, being involved in one of the most challenged sectors, which is aviation, where there is serious attempts by government in trying to make structural changes in that industry through rationalization of taxes and being thoughtful about networks and the bilaterals and so on and so forth. But that is detail. What industry has done is between airlines and airports, and as I said, the DGCA and the Ministry of Health, is made air travel safer, of course, faster and comfortable. It always was, and to create the perception amongst Indians that air travel is not anymore luxury travel. It is the sensible way to travel. Of course, the train is a great network in India, in as much as the roads are improving. But the point I want to establish is that the agility, despite 26,000 crores of losses year on year for the last 2 years, the industry, the airline and the aviation industry has delivered to the consumer's requirement. I know each one of us has our own problems of refunds and flight cancellations, etc. But remember, the service has been on throughout the pandemic, despite, the regulation of the. So the industry across like this, if you take hospitality, if you take retail, has learned to be agile, has learned to be people-centered, has learned to manage with the uncertainty, everyday uncertainty, whether tomorrow you'll fly, whether tomorrow you'll have this a store allowed to be open, which part of the city, which state. Every day industry has had to deal with it. And I believe, across the globe, but certainly the harshness of our lockdown in 2020, everybody knows it created, unprecedented, amongst migrant labor pain. But we lived through that, and the country came together to once again, gather pace of growth. So it is a very India story that I wanted to share with you. I can once again only say that as we look at India, it is no longer, we know it's no longer only Chennai or Bombay or Bangalore or Hyderabad or Delhi. India is now the spread of prosperity across the country. And I think it would be a disservice to name towns, because the people in those towns have proven that they are no less than their so-called city cousins, because we used to call them country cousins, in aspiring for a better life. And those tier 2, tier 3, including some rural markets, have responded extraordinarily to availability of product, to premiumization, to quality, versus what I used to see 30 years back, where when you looked at tier 2 and tier 3 towns, or even, the semi-urban India, it used to be the country cousins would live with lower quality, lower prices, and not demand. So all this bodes very well for the future, and that is not going to last only 1 decade. In my blue book, this is the India century. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt. I think your outlook has been very positive and set the tone for the convention. So many sessions that are coming ahead. You talked about the direction in which India is moving, and you said it's on the right path. Thank you so much for joining us today. We miss your physical presence here. I wish the audience would have loved to interact with you here. But as a token of our appreciation, we giving you a digital memento, so to speak. And this is, in recognition of your time that was spent with us. We are happy to, go around and distribute 200 face masks to the needy in and around MMA and its vicinity. This is what we normally do. We have been doing this the last 2 years in acknowledgement of people like you. Come and spare your time with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session, which is also a very, very interesting dialogue on the future of work. May I now invite the dignitaries to take their place on the dais, led by Mr. Prashant Vasu, Mr. B. Ashok, Mr. Muthu Kumar Thanu, and Mr. Satya Narayan Mehta. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a very big round of applause for having been here this morning on a Saturday. Mr. Prashant Vasu is the head of strategy, Ramco Group. He currently serves as the president of strategy, which he has joined in the year 2021. And before Ramco, he served as a partner with McKinsey and Company, spending 18 years across offices in Mumbai, Delhi, London, and Chennai. And joining him in this conversation are Mr. B. Ashok, former chairman, Indian Oil Corporation, and CEO, Ratnagiri Refinery Petroleums Limited. He's also been a harbinger of the business development activities of Indian Oil, and also headed the overseas business of Indian Oil in Southeast Asia. We have Mr. Muthu Kumar Thanu. He's the Group Chief HR Officer at TAFE. Earlier, he was Vice President Bharti Airtel and also as Group Vice President HR of Murugappa Group. Then we have Mr. Satya Narayan Mehta. He's the Senior General Manager HR and Global HR Policy Head Policies, Talent Transformation at the Tata Consultancy Services, experienced head of HR with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry. So I think we have a very, very illustrious panel out there. May I now request Mr. Prashant Vasu to lead the conversation, please.
Distinguished panel members, all the participants, and the lovely team of MMA. It's an absolute delight to be with all of you here today. And even before we start, I think from all of us, we must extend a huge round of congratulations and celebrations to the MMA team led by GP and the gang. I've been associated with this now for the last 13 years through my McKinsey life and here. And it just feels like each year the energy just goes up. And in these times, to pull off a conference like this is absolutely delightful. So wonderful to be with all of you. Congratulations to the MMA team. We are switching gears here, and this session is really about people, the people side of the story, and the future of work itself. And we are going to take up 3 topics, and I'm going to make sure we involve all of you as well. The topic number 1 we'll take up is really about, what has life been like in this pandemic phase? And I'm going to ask each of our panelists to speak, but I'm going to get a poll from you. There's a second theme that I'm going to pick up, which is really around the story of the great attrition and what we are all experiencing there. And the third theme that I'll pick up along the way
is about the future of work and what it means, what trends are we seeing. At the end of each of these questions, I'll also do a little summary of what research is saying. But let's get going with a quick, I'm going to request all of you to get ready to stand up or sit down as this goes. But here is the first question to the audience. If you think about the last 2 years, and hopefully we are coming to the end of this and there's some other things to worry about in the world. But how have the last 2 years been for your organizations? And I'm going to give you 3 choices. And for each of these, you'll need to stand up. Okay. For those who, the first choice is, it's actually been absolutely distressing and disturbing. The second choice is, it's actually been quite okay. There were some early tremors, but after that we picked up and, largely the mood of the organization is back and things are, And the third is that, wow, our people love this. I cannot tell you. So so I'm going to ask you one by one. Let's start on the second one, which is a little bit more neutral. How many say, hey, little turbulent waters early on, later we got used to it. People are pretty happy now, settled in the new way. So how, all those whose organizations represent that group, can you just stand up? Ah, okay, okay. You can't see others and stand up. Okay, okay, slowly more, okay, okay. Before I ask the other 2 questions, is there a promise that everything that happens here will stay within this room? So you can actually be open and honest. So, yeah, sign an NDA. So let's go to the slightly sobering part. This has actually been very disturbing and distressing. Very, very hard on us. How many people would say that? How many? Please feel free to stand up here. Thank you for, hey, you're standing up for both, yeah, 2 and all 2. Absolutely unique. Okay, now there's nothing better than this. The third option. This has been wow. Life couldn't have been better. We found something else. Unni, Ranjini, you're up. Okay, that's a minority. So the overwhelming majority is in the second. That, listen, we ran into some Shankar and Ram, you both were there in the second one. You guys picked the second. The second option, early troubled waters in the beginning, and okay. So troubled waters in the beginning and so forth, but then life set into a new normal. So let's ask our panelists who each represent very different sectors, if you will. You have Ashok, who represents the oil and gas sector, that kind of profile of companies. You have Muthu, who represents a hardcore manufacturing kind of setup. And then you have our wonderful Satya with the IT services background. So let's ask each of them, what have the last 2 years been like for each of you? Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Prashant, and thank you, MMA. Am I audible? Okay. Well, I think Prashant made a very good beginning. It reminds me of the typical HR philosophy, when you have to write the annual performance appraisal, you don't want to give extreme ratings for anything. and being a marketing man, I mean, we are also used to market research studies where you operate on the Likert scale and all that, 1 to 5, 1 to 7. So every time you think whether you want to go near 1 or 7, and then you end up giving a 4 or a 5. So it's like that. Anyway, thank you for the question. And I think to a large extent, let me say that hello. Yeah. I hope I was audible in the first sense, because you would have missed the humor intended, at least, whether you laugh or not. Anyway, the more serious thought is that it was like that. I mean, when COVID hit us in 2020, everybody was in a state of shock. because people thought of the Spanish flu and all that, but none of the people had actually seen it. Probably except for very, very minuscule percentage of people who have lived close to 100 years of existence. Nobody really saw what was the Spanish flu. And the second thing is the world was also not as connected as it was. So if the Spanish flu was there, it was probably restricted to a particular place and all that, and not so widespread as COVID. So we were struck by shock, and the way it was, we thought everybody would actually die, fall down and die on the roads and all that. And those were the initial WhatsApp university which was being circulated. So having said that, let me come to the more, the thing that we have seen. We have had 2 years of experience on the COVID. I think reactions have been extreme. But at the same time, we also have proven that how resilient we can be as citizens of the world. And we can take these things in our stride, that today we behave as if there is no COVID. Even though there are people who are threatening us, saying that COVID has not left you and all that, we said, okay, we'll tackle this. So that's the type that we have been. So the business has been no exception. The first couple of months of lockdown and all that, people, the good things, if you wanted to see, especially I live in Mumbai. So what we thought was, how can Mumbai be so silent? How can Mumbai's air be so pure? How can peacocks dance in Malabar Hill and all that, where even human beings cannot dance? So these were the thoughts which were there. More specifically from our industry point of view, I would say that, ours was an industry which faced a very different type of a situation. We had products. A typical refinery produces out of crude multiple products, right? We have petrol, diesel, and all that. We also produce LPG and so on, kerosene and so on. So we found there was a huge demand destruction on one side because vehicles were not operating. So you found that literally petrol sales came to near zero, diesel sales came to near zero. But on the other side, we had LPG also in the portfolio, where it was becoming 120% because everybody was sitting at home. They wanted to cook more, and the restaurants had closed down. So people were domestic demand of LPG, etc., went up substantially, and so on. But unfortunately, a manufacturing unit like refinery, when it operates from crude to different products, all the products come out at the same time. You can't say, let me produce LPG more and produce less of petrol and so on. So from a manufacturing perspective, it created a huge shock. That was one thing which had to be managed by the companies. And that people have not really felt the impact of such a thing was a huge thing. The second thing, as I said, was, our industry could not stop. Energy industry, if it stops, then everything comes to a standstill. Even if few aircrafts only were flying, maybe even for rescue purposes or whatever it is, maybe even if few mobile towers only were operating, or maybe something else was there, there still was a need for providing that energy. More importantly, people were still expecting LPG cylinders to be delivered at their homes during the times of the pandemic. The petrol pumps could not afford to close down. Okay, so when you look at the extended operation of these things, people took a lot of trouble in terms of reaching the households, despite personal, hazards, or they were at least in the same fearful mindset that the rest of the population wasn't. But still, people went and delivered and so on. Similarly, when you come to the operating side of the companies, also people were there. You can't expect to deliver LPG cylinders unless the LPG bottling plants were operating, unless the oil terminals were operating, unless the refineries were operating. So initially there was a huge issue, but people started, many people risked their lives. And then the thing, I would say the supply chain of the petroleum products were kept on, for which enormous amount of credit should be given to the industry, which otherwise doesn't get noticed well. Coming from a public sector, many times we used to feel that, no credit is given. If we do something wrong, then everybody comes to note that. But when things happen well, people take it for granted. It's something like that, an administration department of a organization, which hotels, if you arrange transport, if you arrange, people take it for granted. But once the hotel is not arranged, then people start cribbing, saying that the HR guys are useless. So that's the type of thing. Anyway, I think this was a real dilemma, and it was managed extremely well by the oil industry. I can say that because I have come out of the oil industry when the pandemic was this thing. I had retired from my earlier position of chairman of Indian Oil. So I'm from an outsider's point of view, I think it was a phenomenal thing which was done. The second thing was people never thought that hybrid working was possible in an oil company because it's a hardcore. So there were lots of things which were, I mean, we probably innovated over time. We found that many things could be done. And the hybrid working was also possible. So there was a disconnect amongst the people in the organization, but then people also found ways and means to connect. So I'll stop at this.
Thank you very much. Satya, can I switch gears to you? And from a people's standpoint, what has the last 2 years been like in your world?
I think, firstly, thanks Prashant and MMA for having me here. I'll just summarize in 4 points on what's changed during the pandemic, right? I think first is large scale adoption of what we call as remote working in sectors which was unheard of doing remote working. Banks, for example, right? You had people who are in banks who are working from home. It is like, hey, what's happening here? In a bank, you're supposed to go to a bank and do your job. But in the pandemic, we saw that adoption of remote working in large scale. That is the first people aspect to the pandemic that we saw. Second was, I felt there was a lot of mindset change in terms of where people can work and acceptance of remote working itself.
Satya, you're saying this in your company context, right?
In my company context.
Yeah, got it. Keep going.
So mindset change, because we are in an industry where we believe collaboration and innovation is very, very critical for delivering what we deliver. And this pandemic pushed us to think differently, right? And we came up with something called as SBWS, Secure Borderless Workspaces. It's not an easy task to move 500,000 plus employees in your organization who are coming into offices to connect from their home, work from their home, deliver from their home in a space of less than 2 weeks. That's what we did. That's the mindset change which the pandemic forced us to adopt, right? We were prepared for it. I think the pandemic just accelerated that change for us, right? We have been working on agile ways, all of it in the past, but this gave us an opportunity. That's why I felt the pandemic was an opportunity. I don't look at it as a challenge. I looked at it as an opportunity from our industry standpoint, where we could quickly transform what we were doing and scale it up to show the way probably on how things can be done. Third, purely from a people perspective, I think the concept of participative management, right? Rise of voice of the employees. It's important that you hear your people. We all know that as HR professionals. And it's easy for you to hear them when you are close to them, sitting in the office, across the table, have a conversation, go to a coffee side chat, have a coffee side chat, all of it. But when you are working remotely, then how do you hear them out? How do you know what is the pulse that's happening on the ground? You touched upon a very important topic, which we'll discuss probably in the next part of this, which is the great resignation trend, right? So how are you going to be on top of what your people are thinking, right? So that led to a culture of wanting to be connected with your employees while they are not in the physical place as you are, right? We can all boast and say that we are working in a hybrid world, but hybrid comes with a catch of wanting to be high on touch. If you don't have that high touch, hybrid is just another model of work, right? So I think, and fourth one, most importantly, that we saw during the pandemic is increased focus on mental well-being of our people. I think remote working, hybrid working has its own positives, negatives. We saw that in the sample here that you just polled here. I think mental well-being, criticality of ensuring that your people are in the right mental state of mind to deliver what is expected out of them. And at the same time, they're happy delivering that for you is a very, very critical aspect. I think these are the 4 trends or things that we saw during the pandemic.
And can you also comment on what you experienced, especially in your sector, on productivity?
Probably ours was a sector which had higher productivity rates when we moved into the hybrid world of working. The productivity of our employees increased. There are some data points there which also on both the positive and negative side, the number of meetings that we're having through these sites like Teams and all of it, that went up. The average meeting times went up from 35 minutes to 45 minutes. That's a research data that is available. The number of innovative thought process that came in during this time of pandemic. I think as an organization, we had the highest number of patents that we applied for during the pandemic period than the pre-pandemic years. Right. So I think it's about the mindset. It's about the mindset and where you place your employees, how you look at them and how you take care of them.
Interesting. Lovely, Satya. Thanks for that. Productivity went up, innovation went up. In these times, mindset shift, blessing in disguise in a different way. Muthu, what about yourself in your world at TAFE?
Thank you, Prashant. I think I come from the farming industry, right? I'm a marginal farmer sandwiched between the rich oilman, and on the left-hand side, big time technologies cemented by Prashant from Ramco, right? So
you're seated in the center for good reason,
right? Right. Very interesting. To me, all of you stood up. To me, it does not make a meaning. The reason being simple. We have no choice. Did we have a choice about COVID? We had no choice, right? Do we have a choice about a pandemic? Be that be social pandemic or there be a bacterial or a viral pandemic, we have no choice. But we got a choice on how to respond to a situation, okay? I'll give you a few examples of what happened in my industry, right? Tough times don't last, tough people do last, okay? It's a question of how an organization is able to respond. Let me take the first example. I think we have to practically take your sales, marketing, service people are remote working. Yes or no? Right. So most times they work remotely with some kind of governance and some kind of processes guiding them to be productive. Right. They're very different from the kind of people who work at the back end. Okay. So that continued to be so. Now we had the best of productive years last year, which is 21-22. 22-23 too, that we are likely to be slightly less because market has been going down. For 6 years, we had the best of volume. For 6 years, we picked up market share during pandemic. Not an easy one. To give an example, all our sales, service, marketing people had to go closer to the customer. It simply meant that we had to change the travel policy to ensure this sales service person had to go closer to the customer. Reason is simple. They couldn't have operated from their regional offices or the branch offices, right? So the policies were changed in such a way, small thing, but it makes tremendous amount of difference. We've got about 750 plus 650, but in mathematics about 1,500-1,600 dealer partners cut across the country in C-class, D-class towns. In 50% of the states, you know what time they open the shop? Normally they work between 9:30, 10 o'clock to about 7 o'clock because farmers mostly turn up in the evening. You know what time the dealers worked in half the states? Because of state government policy, they open the shop at 5 o'clock in the morning, close at 8 o'clock, so they comply with the regulations. So the entire sales, marketing, service force had to integrate with the reality of their workplace. Okay. Now, please take it from me. The human mind or the organization is very amoebic, very fungible. Okay, it's a question of that how we plan to lead them to be meeting with the end objective. That's the sales part of it. Our entire backbone is I can't be operating. It's a neither Taj Coromandel nor say a BMW nor TAFE can produce tractors remotely. It simply means at this point of time, I require a pair of hands to assemble my tractors. So my entire manufacturing had to manufacture. Okay. Now, at some point of time, we hired Kalyana Mandapams, be that be Bhopal. We had to block about 200 rooms near the facility. Okay. Because the entire Bhopal, they had said that no movement of people. So we actually shifted the entire workforce to those hotels or Kalyana Mandapam and provided what needs to be provided to all employees.
Okay, while doing this, we had to ensure that the norms of COVID needed to be followed, because it is not that we're trying to comply with the government regulation. It's more of, Satya getting affected, he'll pass it on to me, I'll pass it on to Ashok. It goes that way, right? Now, in spite of all these challenges, again, we had a very, very productive production time, right? Now, delivery. Most things we had to move through trucks. Trucks were not that very easy to come by. So what happened? We had to work with the railway ministry to ensure they gave us more wagons to move out of Bangalore, move out of Madurai. So number of wagons were brought, asked for, and they actually moved this product what were produced. See the organization's flexibility and being Abhibik. Third one, very interesting. We got, see, we do, no offense, man, we do screwdriver technology, right? When I say that 95% of the components come from outside, we only do the painting. Therefore, what becomes critical? The vendors for both the businesses. So the way that we actually adapted to ourselves the situation, we had to make the vendor do so. There was a lady vendor in Kolhapur to give the components. She cycled about 6 kilometers, came to the factory, opened it up on a Sunday to give us components. I'm just giving an example. How a system can sort of adapt itself to the challenge. Last one I'll tell you. You might, don't look at me and say the average age of an organization, right? It's the average age would be about 35, 36, it's a moving target, right? So we have CSR like most of you have. I'm sure that you must be supporting students for scholarship, etc. I can go on. We brought out a very interesting scheme. You know who worked during COVID the most? I think if there's a spot award, I'll give it to the person. Who worked the most during COVID? Yeah, that's wonderful. That's very meaningful. Now, health workers out of force. Who else? Out of force or out of they had to do it? Who else? I need to give this a spot about farmers. Right? They were on the field all the time. Okay? They had to get the tractors. Now, who probably underwent the suffering of the farmers? Okay, they wouldn't have got, there's a major urbanization taking place. Getting farm labor is difficult. That makes my business much more interesting in terms of mechanization, in terms of precision agriculture. I can go on, I can take a session for about 2 hours. The time won't be sufficient, right? Now, we brought out a very novel, innovative CSR by which we would provide tractor free of cost to the farmers for a certain number of hours. Satya can call up a call center, right? We did this in about 5 states. Can have a call center. Rajasthani, Bengali, Tamil, Kannada, wherever that we operated. Now, this call center was filled with gig workers. You may think that only Satya would do this kind of work. It happens in a so-called, farming industry. Brought about number of gig workers who are conversant with a few languages, and tractors were given to farmers for free of cost for the number of hours they required. Okay, whether they wanted to do plowing, whether they want to do tilling, right? We supported thousands of farmers in 5 states by creating the structure. We had to borrow the tractor either from the dealer or from a tractor owner, which means what? We had to pay the money to the dealer, we had to pay the money to the farmer who is lending us the tractor. This means our billing system needs to be proper on how many hours that I engage the tractor for somebody, right? So all that I am saying is, any organization, provided you have the processes, you have the systems, importantly, you have the attitude to make things happen, I think any challenge can be taken up. I think that's a lesson for us during the pandemic. I think it's a major lesson learned. I think we will continue to look forward to challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Stories of great adaptation. I'm going to, before we go to the next topic, I'm just going to invite any one person from the audience. If you can just put up your hand and share anything innovative, anything absolutely innovative that you all did for your people to bide through the pandemic, something that you feel really proud about and special of. Anybody here? Please. You may want to call out your name and your the organization as well for everybody.
Yeah. My name is Subbarao. I work for the Sanma Group and I run the shipping business. So in that business, I think the crew continue to work no matter whether there's a pandemic or there is none. It's continuous. So the supply chain, the key model that is shipping has actually tremendously managed to overcome the travails of what the pandemic put up with. Principally, it's a crew. What used to happen is, first of all, you can't go ashore. That's one thing ruled out. The second part, you wouldn't know when you will be relieved because the airports are shut down. Importantly, you couldn't get access to medical help. Doctors wouldn't come on board. Nobody would come on board. We had a chief engineer who fell due to a stroke, and I had to raise hell and heaven to move. This was in Malaysia. I had to raise hell and heaven to get the doctor on board. So we are talking of people who have taken plenty of risk this pandemic, leaving the families behind. We used to have conversations with the crew, and in one conversation, I suddenly found out that the captain who had a wife and child at home, an infant, and he said to us then that they were struck with COVID and he was stuck on the ship. And we had to manage mental health issues. This is big. We are talking of people, we are talking of families, we are talking of emotions, we're talking of everything. So innovation is, yes, the way we had to talk to them, the way we had to deal with them was a lot different. Until then, the situation was it's a bit different. And supply chain never suffered in the entire 24 months today. This is one of the main reasons that the world is still running. Thank you.
Thank you, Subbarao. Thank you. Just, it's been such a difficult time. And if you hear the mental health challenges people have had to face, a huge round of applause to the industry for actually biding through this. I'm going to take us to the next topic and again get a pulse from the audience of what we are experiencing. There is this big wave of what we call the great attrition. Statistics suggest, research suggests that around 40% of an organization's people are actually looking to move from the organization. That's what statistics say. And there has been a significant dislocation of the workforce and a resignation by the workforce in this time. Voluntary resignation, not involuntary. So I'd just like to get a pulse of what you all are witnessing in your industry. If I ask you attrition levels, voluntary attrition, not people whom you may have requested to move on, but voluntary attrition, if I were to give you three choices, has gone up in the recent past. So the great attrition is something that I can intimately relate to. So that's option one. Option two is it has remained as it was, no major change. Option three, actually it has gone down. What is great attrition? This is just some smoke bubble the media is creating and some fancy research is creating. This is not true at all. So where would you stand? Those who have seen an increase in voluntary attrition in their part of the world or their organizations, can you stand up? Voluntary attrition has gone up. People are leaving. All right. It's not an overwhelming majority, okay. It's actually gone down. What are you talking about? Those who are saying it's actually gone down. Voluntary, just stand here, no problem if it's voluntary attrition has declined in my organization. Okay. Poof, we are again gravitating to the middle. Nothing has changed. Pandemic has not created either increase or decrease in voluntary attrition. Those who fall in that category. Okay.
There's a fourth category too.
There's a fourth category which is something else. Hey, Suresh, hi. You're which category? Huh? Fourth category. Sorry, Shulla. What is the fourth category?
I think some section, some age group is kind of gone up.
Yeah.
Others it's kind of same or gone down.
So which age groups have gone up? It's gone. So how many prescribe to that? So can you actually stand up? We just want to see. Ooh, there are people standing up twice and all that. Okay. innovative response, Suresh, but it looks like you're along with the first batch that has gone, attrition has gone up. You're in the same group. Okay. So many people have not stood up. Is there a fifth option? The majority has not stirred. Is there a fifth option? Joint with first option. What is that? Voluntary attrition. Okay, so let's ask the team here. What have you guys experienced in your respective organizations, and what have you really understood? Why is it happening, and what are you doing about it?
Just to give you a context, I mean, sure. I hope I can take on. Yeah, just to give you a context, I come from an industry, I've spent more than 4 decades in this, where we typically look at an organization where one joins as a cradle to grave company. We join that organization and we retire from the organization, right? So for us, attrition, even in terms of statistics over a period of time, has been less than 1%. I mean, I'm not talking of the new age company, the IT companies and so on, but it has been less than 1%. But I will always add a word of caution in this. I mean, this 1%, whether it will remain so in future is something which we need to debate. But having said that, what makes people stay? Like the professor.
What did you see during the pandemic in this last 6 months?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Why did people stay? I mean, even though people were very fearful about the whole thing, I will extend it beyond the organization also into our extended family. Because, I mean, we are a large organization. I mean, when I talk we, I mean, I'm talking of Indian Oil, which was my earlier company. But my experience is basically on that. A large family, because we have our extended family members in terms of our franchisees and so on, who are the real customer connect. I mean, a petrol pump attendant is today looked at as this guy is representing Indian Oil, or they think that a customer thinks that he is Indian Oil, right? LPG delivery boy is being thought of as Indian Oil. So let me give you a context of that. One of the things which in the oil industry, especially people have felt is that the tremendous impact and influence that the industry has had even during a very troublesome period like a pandemic. People really saw, I mean, people talk of purposiveness and so on and so forth. So people saw the real purpose of the existence of the organization. So when everybody else is staying at home, if my industry still has to continue working, I mean, it gave them a new sense of belief in the whole thing. Okay. The second thing which happened in the oil industry especially is the industry really reinvented itself. Like when there was a huge oxygen shortage, the oil companies started supplying oxygen, right? We produced thousands of tons of oxygen to supply because we modified our industry, and whatever oxygen was being produced in the industry was being supplied outside. The third thing which has happened was, I mean, the extent of the responsiveness of the companies in terms of the people around. One is generally helping the people, the population around by supplying the energy. Secondly, by supplying the oxygen, etc. The third thing is the employees itself. A lot of employees went through problems. I mean, there was no single person who had, I mean, some or other difficulty. I mean, either his family members were affected or they themselves were affected and so on. And the responsiveness of the companies towards this. I mean, you will not believe many of our plants got converted as temporary COVID shelters. I mean, an LPG bottling plant's warehouse or whatever it is, I mean, it got converted into a COVID center. Our own employees, because they didn't get admission in the hospital, they always had this comfort that they could get in admission there. The basic necessities were there. There was some doctor on attendance and so on. And over time, this was even extended to the people down the line. I mean, even if a pump boy or his family member got affected, they were accommodated by the oil companies. So that made a huge difference.
I'm going to push a little bit, just in the spirit of keeping this provocative. Did you see the question specifically is on attrition? What is your take on what is the attrition? So a cradle to grave company, what have you now seen in the pandemic in terms of attrition, and what, if at all, are you doing anything differently about it?
During the pandemic, there was no attrition. Okay. the attrition levels were not high because of the pandemic or because people felt insecure. But can we take this for granted in the future? I mean, that's a point which we will debate later. Okay. But I'm saying even the youngsters across generations, whether it was a youngster or it was a middle-aged guy or it was a slightly older guy in this thing, they found during the pandemic, the responsiveness of the companies actually prevented them from leaving the organization. Right? So that was something which was visible and it extended beyond the company's own employees, the responsiveness of the company. So that's what I'm trying to say. So people felt a huge difference. It went to an extent that even the pump boy or the LPG delivery boy, he was insured because he was risking his life to go and supply a cylinder to the house of somebody who could potentially be infected and he can gather the infection there. But they had the backup of an insurance scheme from the oil company, which made them saying that, yeah, I mean, there is a protection. We have to do our job, but still there is somebody taking care of us. There is somebody responsive to our needs and so on. So this actually had an impact in terms of the attrition levels being much lower.
Responsiveness.
Yes, responsiveness. Otherwise, let me say, beyond the company, if today you want employees to run a petrol station, you go and ask the dealer there, he will say, this is the most difficult subject. People are not staying in the job as of now.
Yeah.
Okay. That is because we are sort of a post-pandemic phase. But during the pandemic, there was a tremendous impact. I mean, this, I think, is...
Thank you. Thank you. Satya, your world?
I think I would envy where Ashok is, if Ashok is speaking. Ours is an industry which probably led to the phase of the great attrition or resignation. Certainly been a good spike in the number of people who have quit organizations per se. But what's important is for us to look at why, right? And that why goes beyond the cliched reasons, right? What we experienced was, what is important is the purpose. What is the purpose of the organization? What is the purpose of the organization that is aligning with an individual employee, right? So I think that is what really put us in a place where today we say that as an organization, TCS has the best retention rates in the industry, right? While that percentage is still high, right? We are at 15%, 15.3 as of last quarter. The industry average is another 10, 12% on top of that, right? So which means every fourth person in the industry is quit, right? So that's where we went into a different mode of engagement to speak about what we did to keep that tag of being the best retainer in the industry. Traditional engagement will not work, right? So you had to engage with purpose, right? We moved away from employee experience to employee engagement with purpose, right? So that's where we brought in very small changes to the approaches that we took in terms of building on belief, which was our repositioned brand for the organization. We made it contextual to the individual employees who are working in the organization as a part of a team, as a part of a project. We spoke a lot about the values of the organization. That's where you build the connect with an employee. If your value system is aligned to the employee's value system, then you have a better rate of keeping the employees with you, right? So small things that we did, we probably walked the talk much more. When we say that employee health, well-being was a primary focus for us, we put it in action. Probably the first corporate, probably across the globe, probably I think one of the US companies beat us by 2 hours because of the time zone. First corporate to launch a vaccination policy for its employees, right? And we backed up that policy in spirit. We ran vaccination camps within the organization, free of cost for the employees, dependents, contractual employees, and we had close to 1.2 million beneficiaries out of that. And we didn't stop with doing it in cities where we had a presence. Because of the hybrid work model, people had gone back to villages. They had gone back to tier 2, tier 3 cities. We hunted them down, if I may say so. We set up camps in those tier 2, tier 3 cities just to ensure that, yes, there's a larger cause, there's a larger purpose, right? So I think that purpose, Ashok spoke about COVID care centers. Our offices, all our offices have a portion of it which is converted as a COVID care center today, still operational with EICU facilities, and again open for all. It's open for dependents who are probably 60, 65, 70 years old. So you build a connect with the employee by showing action on the ground, right? The engage with purpose theme that we adopted, the thought process of putting certain things that we made as statements into actionable items, which I think has, for me, it's very important that attrition is one part of it, resignation trends, whatever we analyze, we do, that is important. I think Suresh spoke about the average age where we are seeing a hike in attritions. And ours is an industry where that is the average age, 31 to 35, 37 probably, right? So how do you tap them on, make sure that they are glued to you, are some of the things which we really worked on as an organization. And it's important that the buy-in comes from the top. Starting from the CEO of the organization to the last member needs to feel the same. Needs to feel the same irrespective of where I am, what kind of work I do, what kind of project I am in. This is a company which really cares for me. This is a company which is not just making a statement, it is acting on what is being told. Right? I think that's the approach we took.
So care, values, and purpose are the three things that I heard, and a little bit about role modeling and walking the talk through some concrete. Lovely. Muthu?
Thank you, Prashant. I'm sure there's some HR people sitting over there and line people like Suresh. There's one more Suresh who's an HR person. You may see the last bench, right? Simple. When retention is there, the boss will take the credit, the line people, right? When attrition is there, it will come on HR. That's a reality. Okay, I'm being serious, yeah. Okay, that's one. Second, attrition or retention did go up during pandemic times, right? The jobs were lesser. Obviously, that's a social reaction. That's a social response to a situation that's happening, right? We need to keep this in mind. I think
this is a very sorry, I'm interrupting.
Yeah, please.
I'm just curious to know, please show of hands. People leave for money. Yes. Sure, put up your hand. People leave for money. How many believe that? Okay, interesting. Okay. People don't leave for money. They leave their bosses. How many actually believe that? It's actually true. Go ahead, Muthu. So the philosophy is actually borne out. Okay.
One must read a book called First Break All the Rules by a person by name Marcus Buckingham. Okay. One of the earliest founders of Gallup as an organization. You must read the book. I think one is my perception as an experienced professional. Second is what your research says. I think we need to base most of our thoughts, most of our perception based on facts. Okay. So just a thought. Now, you don't grow a child for a situation, right? The child is studying in a school, the child is studying in a college, the child is wearing a green chudidar, the child is wearing a yellow sari, the gentleman is wearing a pink color t-shirt. You actually feed an individual with intellect, the right kind of input, etc., for him to become an evolved person. Yes or no? Right? So, to me, attrition is a lag indicator, it's not a lead indicator. Most times, we are actually chasing the lag indicator. Whether that girl is interested in me or not, I think some of the younger people are sitting there. I keep chasing. That's a lag indicator. Now, have you actually made yourself become attractive to that person? That's a lead indicator. Right? I think we need to start investing in those lead indicator. Now, we have a recognition program for the consistent high performance in the organization once a year, right? That time chairman comes, I introduce all the senior people to them. Somebody comes with their spouse, he's so happy that he's being recognized in front of his wife, child, etc. Somebody comes with their parents. It's about a crowd of about 150 people in Chennai, about maybe another 100 in different locations, all over Bhopal, etc., even Turkey, right? Now, what you do in the meeting is communicate. This time we did a very interesting thing. We actually did an e-poll as we spoke to them. Okay. We asked them a question, about 200 participants, right? We asked them a question, gave them 10 factors. What makes you a great performer, consistent high performer? We gave factors like reward, recognition, capability building, boss, etc., etc. Okay. 55% of people responded to one factor. What's that? For me to perform the best, 55% of people believe this. Which one is it? Sorry? Okay. But boss, I'll come. Yeah, boss is a significant factor. Sorry? Object, he's talking about objectives. Clarity in objectives. No. 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 Culture of the organization. Right? It's a real reality. I was so elated as an HR person because that was being expressed by 200 odd people in front of all the senior people. Some of them are classically logical, linear thinkers. Right? I was so taken aback. About 55% of people said first factor is culture. You know what's the second factor? Closer to what you said. What is the second factor? About 35% of people subscribe to that. Inspirational. I think he's a class. He's an engineer. Oh, thank you. Second is inspirational leadership. Okay. Now, if someone is looking for retaining people, okay, provide what people want, not what you think people want. Most time, exit analysis is all about that you will never reveal the right things. But when do you think you are open? Not when you decide that, you know, my son had decided to get married to that girl. Right? It's at the time of when he starts looking for somebody, what's the kind of input that you give to the individual? We had real infant mortality. 65% of the employees left within 1 year of joining. We took up a study in 2008. Okay, formed a small questionnaire consisting of 14 questions into 4 categories. Boss, induction, I won't take more than a minute. Boss, induction, capability building, okay, my job. Okay, now kept interacting with these people every 30, 90, 180 days. It's not the meeting. Post the meeting, the kind of actions, what you take. You know, what's my retention at the employees who joined the last 1 year? Over a period of 12, 13 years, it's about 90%. Right? Now, any time, any of you are welcome to come and check and validate what's the kind of results, what you achieve. Right? So, retention is not about magic. Retention is something that you actually invest over a period of time, out of a plan, out of proper thinking. Now, if, you know, even mercenaries are kind. I think if you ask him, I think I interacted with one of my juniors who's a very senior man.
Calling him a mercenary?
Mercenaries also have kindness. You know, there's something called a Stockholm syndrome. When the kidnappers took me, they took me away, but they gave me good apples, they gave me good milk, they gave me good cot to sleep. That's called Stockholm syndrome. After some time, you actually start empathizing with those kidnappers. Okay. So mercenaries also have kindness, provided you are able to rightly invest in what people really require. Please think through. Don't have those discussions sitting in a conference hall. Say that this is what Ashok requires, this is what Satya requires. Not at all. That should come out of the target group, what you are targeting at. Thank you.
Thank you for that passionate expression. I think the whole theme around moving from attrition as a lag indicator to attraction as a lead indicator and doing that by truly understanding the employee. Is there anybody else in the audience on this? And then I'll talk a little bit about what research is saying for a couple of minutes. But anybody wants to share something interesting, something innovative that we've actually done in the pandemic to secure retention? Especially those who stood up to say, this is our industry, we've seen high attrition more than normal. Is there anybody? Yes. Just introduce yourself for a second. You're giving credit to your HR. You should say that in a mic, please.
The mic.
That's a rare one, Prashant. Thank you.
Okay. So something my HR did is really applaudable is that they involved the family in the communication loop, which is engaging them because during the lockdown days, of course, we manufacturing industry do not have the luxury of, sitting at home and operating, but still a portion of them like supply chain, guys like me in marketing, we did that. But the family was very much kept engaged in what's happening because there's a lot of insecurity feeling. So that was the real in terms of, lot of contests and challenges and open communication, everything. That was something innovative. And then people that really, that time only the families came to know where, that person, either the husband or the, the father is work. And that gave a sense of belongingness, which would, go a long way in also maintaining the attrition levels at a little lower. That was something I thought I should mention. Thank you.
I'm told 5 minutes. You wanted a buffer. Okay. Okay, good. Just a few, please, sir.
My name is Lava Kumar. My name is Lava Kumar. I don't belong to any organization right now. For all purposes, I am a retired man. I promoted a small scale industry some 30, 40 years back, and I am now retired. The company is very much running. It's not a closed company. I have handed over to them as a new promoter. Why the purpose of the attrition? I'm thinking about my days. I always employed some brilliant engineers. It's an electrical engineering company. First class, pay the salary of a like Larsen Toubro or English Electric Company, or even sometimes more, so that I can retain. But very often I could not retain at all. I was wondering why. I used to tell them, no, this company is growing. I converted the company into a public company listed and all. So we did have a plan to do that at that time. But with all that, the people left. We'll be surprised. Youngsters, why are we leaving? Sir, I'm not able to get a bride. If working in a small scale industry, I was not able to get a good. This is something important. Why I'm saying is, the attrition could be to which company you work for. That's also very, very important to give a status to that boy, to the status to the employee. Even if the salary is lower. So this is what my personal experience is.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. How do we create? Can we keep this going and then we'll come back to you, sir? Just a couple of, thank you for that. Just a couple of important, very relevant statistics in terms of what really research is saying on this whole theme of great attrition. And the idea is actually to move from the great attrition proactively to the great attraction. Research suggests that about 40%, like I mentioned, of people at this point in time, in general, are looking for another opportunity in your company. Unless you're not seeing it. Maybe you're not, but many of you might be. Even in these times, those who believe, 90% of people who moved did not actually change location. It was not for change of location or any such thing, that although that may be a stated reason. Here comes the interesting thing. Most employers don't really understand why people are leaving. This is what research says. Because the stated reasons are what? The two big ones: compensation. I got a better comp. And number two is pandemic times work-life balance. But like I think Muthu said, it's a lag indicator. The real reasons, on the contrary, it is really about connection and a sense of belonging. So that is the lever that organizations have. And I was very encouraged when Narayanan said that his HR team has done a great job. But the reality is retention is not the job of HR. It's actually the job of the business. So there are many myths to bust in this process. It's not really, and it's lovely that you all corroborated this. It's not money really. Unless, of course, compensation levels are so low that there's a fundamental structural issue. But people don't join or leave companies for money. The second thing is about creating a sense of connection and belonging. And 3 is making business leaders accountable for retention and for keeping the organization happy. I think we are inching towards the close. So I'm going to literally get the last pulse from people. This future of work topic has 3 major, please.
While we are in the retention topic and also to be taking to the future of work, I represent an organization working with women empowerment, and we did a lot of program on emotional strengthening for people who logged on with families into our sessions. So I was hoping to understand what is the factor of retention of women during the pandemic, more specifically from the IT industry, because that's where we had worked a lot with the companies.
Satya, you want to take that very quickly? Because
very quickly, the trend is not changed. If you have lost 100 people, for example, if of that 100, 40 are women and 60 are men, the trend continues for us. We will probably connect offline to speak about it, but that's the trend.
Thank you. Okay, folks, I think we're wrapping up. Just a couple of closing points and then a quick thank you. The future of work, there are 3 big things, trends that are getting accelerated in the future of work that all of us may want to be attentive to. Number 1 is the hybrid nature of work, physical work. It's not extreme work from home, it's not extreme come to the office, but the hybrid nature of work. The second is about the extent to which digitization and AI will take place and what that means in terms of reskilling people. And the third is the growth of e-commerce and its implications on low-skill labor, right? And how that will get reshuffled. But with this, I wanted to say that this session was really meant to be about people and how we manage our people. There's enough to say that happy people create great performance, and that happiness and performance are not at loggerheads with each other. And to the point on lead and lag indicators, happiness can be regulated. The performance will happen. So I hope we all create happy organizations. Thank you to the wonderful panel here for doing a great job and speaking with such passion.
Thank you, Mr. Prashant. You led the conversation so well. May now request President MMA, Mr. Subbarao, Ms. Ranjini Manian, and Mr. Unikrishnan from St. Gobain to give away the mementos to the dignitaries, please. Ladies and gentlemen, they kept the interaction with the audience also live, so let us give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Mr. Ram Gopal, I think we are audible from here. Am I audible?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us all the way from the US. We're just beginning the session in just a minute. So that brings us to this wonderful session on the future of work. And now we are heading to the next session, which is on future of technology. So we have Mr. T.T. Ramagopal, who's joined us from the US all the way. Thank you, sir. I mean, we know that you're almost midnight out there and you joined us all the way from there online. Thank you so much. May I request the other panelists to join him on the stage here, Mr. Mahesh Panchagunla, Mr. Kanniappan, Mr. Veluswamy, and Dr. Radha Rangarajan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have the panel on the stage. Mr. Mahesh Panchagnula is the Dean, Alumni and Corporate Relations, IIT Madras. Professor Mahesh is BTech IIT from Madras, MS and PhD in Mechanical Engineering from Purdue University. Has expertise in spray nozzle design, drying, automation, combustion, and experimental fluid dynamics. Thank you, Mr. Mahesh, for joining us here. Joining him in this conversation are Mr. Kanniappan, Managing Director, WAPCO Limited. May I request the audience to maintain silence, please. Audience, please. Yeah. Mr. Kanniappan is the Managing Director, WAPCO. He's appointed the MD, WAPCO, in July 2014, and prior to this, he led WAPCO in the strategic growth market of India as a full-time director, following the company's acquisition of a majority stake in the brakes division of Sundaram Clayton. We have Mr. Veluswamy, Chief Global Product Development Head, Automotive, Mahindra Research Valley. He has cleared a misconception that safe cars have to be heavy. He was earlier Senior Vice President, Mahindra Rise, and Senior General Manager, Engines M&M Direct. Thank you, Mr. Veluswamy. And we have Mr. Dr. Radha Rangarajan, Chief Technology Officer, Health Group. Having run her own startup, she has a keen understanding of optimized product development pathways, risk management, and delivering to budgets and timelines. Currently, she leads product development, regulatory, clinical validation, and manufacturing. And we have a special guest joining us from the US, and he is Mr. T.T. Ramagopal. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us. He's a global head, Android Partner Engineering, Google. He's on the board of Indian Oil Corporation Limited, a Fortune 500 company as well, and has 3 decades of uninterrupted R&D experience in the downstream hydrocarbons sector. So we have once again a very illustrious panel to discuss this topic, the future of technology. May I now invite Mr. Mahesh Panchagnula to lead the conversation, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us on stage here to share a few thoughts. This is the most unenviable slot to have in any event like this, the hour before lunch, and an extremely narrow topic like the future of technology. So we are all set for the next hour. I hope we'll all learn a little bit about the role that technology is going to play in our lives. I'm sure every one of us already has, if not 1, 2 mobile phones in our pockets. And we drove here in a car, and we are probably going to get our news from an electronic device somewhere along the way. So none of us are in the foreseeable future going to be disconnected from technology as we know it. Instead of complaining about it and telling our kids to be away from a mobile phone for as long as we think each of us would like them to be, a better option may just be to learn how to leverage it, how to make it a positive influence in our lives. Even those of us that do meditation have a little meditation music coming off a mobile phone. How about that? Right? So with those few words, we're going to get started understanding how technology has come into India. I want to keep this hour sort of more India-centric, if we may, and try to understand the way we did technology in India, let's say in the past 5 or 6 decades. We'll start off on that note and then go into how we envision doing technology going forward. So maybe if I'll take the moderator's liberty of asking Mr. Ramprasad to start us off. Titi, can you start us off on your thoughts on how you thought India sort of took its pathway to technology development, and then we will go into the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. And, you can call me TT. That works fine. Good to see everyone again. I'm not able to see the audience. I wish I could have been there in person. There I get a nice view now. Thank you for inviting me to the panel. I lead the Android partner engineering team at Google, and have had a opportunity and the fortune of having had a front row seat to see the evolution, at least of the mobile technology over the last decade or so. I wanted to just maybe share some things that are pretty obvious, but more from my perspective. I had the opportunity to come to India and work for Google in India, helping set up some of the operations and development in 2006, 2007. And there it was very much focused on how do we support the global ad operations, because India is such a wealth of English-speaking graduates and talent and everything else. And it made a lot of sense that they could support at least the English-speaking ad business, which is the predominant business for Google. And so we set up a operation that was optimizing what was being created in the US and other parts of the world, products that were being developed. So that was the first foray that we had. In addition to that, we had many other things similar to many other international companies where we had back office operations based out of India. And that eventually, I would say, graduated or morphed into customizing products for India. That's something that's been going on for a long time. They would take products that are built somewhere in Europe or US, and it would be customized or implemented in India. So there's good engineering talent for that. And then, one example was Google Maps, right? We had Google Maps for most of the world, but really India was very sparse. So I remember starting a very small team to figure out how do we map the ever developing landscape of India, especially when the road signs, etc., were not very clear. You turn right at the temple, left near the hospital, right? Like, how do you give those kind of directions? So we started investing a lot of time developing unique technology. And I am very proud to say today that Google's approach is not taking products and customizing it for India, but the philosophy is build for India and you will be building for the rest of the world. So India has become a very first-class citizen and the priority market where we are investing a lot of resources. So the evolution in my 15 years of Google has been stark, and I hope that gives you a glimpse of how the technology has been changing overall.
Very interesting. I think the core idea of, build for India and you've built the product for the world, or solve a problem in India and you've solved the problem for the world. Rather, you are in a space that, where you are trying to solve a problem for India, which would sort of solve the problem for the world. Can we hear your thoughts on that?
Sure, Mahesh. Thank you. Thank you so much for this invitation to be here today. I'm going to give you a very quick summary of of my background and kind of what motivates me to give you a sense of what's going on in the healthcare space, which is where I'm positioned. So after almost 15 years in the US with getting all of my higher education degrees done, PhD, postdoc, etc., I came back to India to work on to understand how one could put one's training back to work in the Indian context on problems that matter to India. I initially worked at Dr. Reddy's in the drug discovery division, where we were developing new drugs to treat cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and so on. I eventually left and then started my own drug discovery company. This was very much like swimming against the tide, because in India, we haven't typically invested in R&D. We have not traditionally focused on R&D. And after running that company for almost 8 years, developing very, very novel compounds, securing multiple patents, grants, and recognition for our work, we eventually sold the company in 2019. And I now work for a medical devices company called HealthCube. where we are developing devices to deliver diagnostic services across India, particularly in rural and remote areas. So the problem we're solving for is how do you get even simple tests like blood glucose tests and blood pressure tests done in India's rural communities, where it takes a very long trip to get to a center where such a service is available. But instead of solving the problem through a completely hardware approach, what we have done is looked at digitized device. What we have developed is digitized devices and also devices which are multi-parametric. So you can do many tests on one box, which weighs less than 2 kgs. And the data are on an app. You can track, I understand trends, etc., per person on an individual basis, on a community basis, and so on. But I want to step back a little bit and therefore give you my perspective as somebody who's been very much in the middle of the entrepreneur ecosystem in India. So what we saw is that in the 2000s, especially in the medical devices and space, where we have a very large dependence on imports, we saw a small number of companies starting up and trying to establish build products in India, for example, Big Tech, for example, Forest. And these were companies that were entering the space in a relative vacuum, I would say. And they developed products like PCR machines for molecular diagnostics. They developed fundus cameras, which is for examining the eye. Around 2012, the Department of Biotechnology took a very proactive approach to support innovation. They set up something called BIRAC. It's a Section 25 company that funds companies that are doing R&D. We were one of the first few recipients of BIRAC grants when they first got started. This actually led to an acceleration of innovation in India in the healthcare space, allowing investors also to gain confidence in investing in Indian companies. And that has led to a significant improvement in what I see as the pace of innovation and what we actually work on. So rather than working on import substitutes alone, we're actually now working on products which are also addressing problems that affect Indians more specifically. And this, for example, what we do at HealthCube, there is no product like this anywhere in the world. But does this product fit a European or an American market? No. So I see that we are now we are turning the corner here. And I think that a lot of innovation is actually happening in the technology space, moving away from hardware per se to algorithms, software, connectedness. And so I think that's really where this entire field is now moving.
Sure. Thank you, Radha. That's very interesting. Mr. Veluswamy, when you said Dr. Reddy's, almost every sector in India, in the early 50s, had a public sector company that was the hotbed of technology development. IDPL gave rise to Dr. Reddy's. The auto sector, for some weird reason, did not have a public sector parent. The entire sector. So how did we start off on technology development back then? How far have we come?
So good morning or good afternoon, closer to the lunch. Before we answer the brilliant question that he has put, let me figure out some changes. The words that are used, we use creativity, we use innovation, we use technology, we use first-time invention, fast follower, software technology, hardware technology. At times, it is a bit confusing for us, at least for people who are involved in developing products. So it is what the management of companies also get confused, because they also do not know what to do. Basically, what was happening is that you had a customer problem and you wanted a solution. And first time somebody finds it a solution, whether it is empirical model or a theoretical model, you find it out. And empirical model means you do some lab work and then you find a correlation and you find a solution and you establish that if you do this, it will happen, but you don't know how it happens. Like Newton find it, if the if the gravity, he asked, somebody asked him what is the gravity equation, he wrote the gravity equation, but the answer is, when somebody asked when two masses can pull each other, he has no clue how two masses can pull each other or repel each other. He had no clue. But the empirical equation worked, and that allowed us to take off the plane and land the plane. So you don't need a solid understanding of what goes behind the empirical equation. As long as you are able to correlate the input and output, that's okay. So that's one kind of innovation. But Einstein, when he started getting into, can two masses, not charged particles, can attract each other and create a gravity, therefore it's very amusing. How can this happen? And then he found the general theory of relativity, and finally it found this, the bending of space-time, that is perceived to be two masses attracting each other, but that is the theoretical background. So it predicted black holes, it predicted many, many things. So the equipments that were built to identify black hole is the result of theoretical equation, and therefore that's called the true innovation. But the Einstein, the Newton's equation of you call theory of the gravity equation is just an empirical formula. So that's how you split it. Whether you do empirical formula or whether you do theoretical formulas, that leads to innovation. At the end, somebody, a top-notch innovator, comes with an idea, and that you need to perfect it to a product. That's called technology. That takes hardship. As much as Einstein took 10 years to write the equation, it took a century to build telescopes to find the black holes. Correct? It took 100 years to build it. A technology sometimes can take so many years, and you have to put billions of dollars you have to put behind it. So that portion is technology to develop that. But what is a product is a culmination of a powerful idea that is coming out of these innovations and technology, and finally going to product development at affordable cost to the customer. When you say technology development, it is one single piece that you are demonstrating. But when you say product, it is the multiple pieces of this technology at an affordable price that gives the same benefit as the technology is envisioned. So now here it comes. All the owners, what they thought is, okay, I go to Europe or Japan, I just take a license and I get the final product and I don't do any of this. So all of our IITians went to Europe, went to US, because they wanted the upstream work to be done. And no one wanted to get a drawing from Japan or Europe and just to do the productionization of what is Premier and Ambassador did, Hindustan Motors did until 1991. So that is what we have been doing. And there come the free economy, and you have to stand on your own. We started in 1991 to look into the technology development, from productionization to technology development, and from technology development to innovation. You are working backwards. Today, we are probably taking a fast copy of what is happening in China, Japan, and in Europe and in US. But soon, in next 10 years, I'm very, very sure the innovation will happen in India. And those seeds are already happening to see, and we can see it already. Actually, 700, I'm the chief engineer, and we worked on the program for 4 years. And it took us tremendous amount of courage to bring such a highly futuristic product. But we have to depend a lot for doing the innovation, both Korea, China, and Europe. So those dependency that Atmanirbhar that we need to build in, I believe this kind of conventions will enhance the spirit of doing in-house and using the talent that is available in this part of the earth.
Very interesting. That's a very nice view of how the auto industry in general has evolved. Mr. Kaniyappan, you've also been in the auto industry for a long time. Can you add your views to this?
Yes, sir. Actually, I represent the commercial vehicle industry. I worked most part of my career in TVS, Sundaram Plate and Brakes division. Earlier, I was in the moped business of Sundaram Plate and TVS Motor. But I would like to explain, the evolution of the product development in the industry I worked. I would actually categorize into three steps. First of all, essentially up to 2000. Largely, you get the technology from the joint venture partner. Focus mostly on manufacturing excellence, quality management. In the 90s, of course, the auto industry had some influence of the Japanese manufacturing practices, because by then Maruti has set up in India. Many of the two-wheeler companies had a joint venture with the Japanese companies. So at the time, TVS also launched, in Sundaram Plate, we launched the TQM practices. I would say that's where the start of the journey of excellence for us. So till 2000, essentially focusing on, we are more like a manufacturing company. Sometime when we got the Deming Prize in 98, we decided we should actually move to a product development company. Again, by the time we had some support from Japanese senseis, we drafted our own new product development process. So from 2002, I would say 2010, the focus is to build a robust product development process itself, and focusing on the robustness of the design, design quality, developing products in India for India market. Because the challenge, of course, Indian companies in the commercial vehicle faces, essentially you have to deal with the ecosystem. Technology was not a big differentiator till probably 2010, 12, when some global companies came to India. So then there was a strong pressure in the market to actually bring the new technologies. Then the pressure to really develop, adopt, manufacture those products in India to suit the market demands was the focus. So we had actually invested by the time even a test track in Chennai, some 200 acres land with all the capabilities to certify ABS, etc. A huge investment, but with a strong focus on development here. Then, of course, as I said, the focus, apart from bringing a technology or developing a technology, you need to have a ability to deliver the product to India market requirements in terms of cost. So again, the idea is on the frugal engineering, frugal design, etc. So how to really provide those technologies at the price points the market will accept. So the third phase from 2012 or around the time to now is essentially India commercial vehicle industry is more global by then. Many global people have set up shops here, and the focus was to really align with the global technologies, global trends in terms of regulations, etc. ABS was mandated, emission standards were mandated, to Euro 4, Euro 6, etc. Again, upgrading and developing the products to India market. But what we have in the period we have gained is from a local type of focus, now we have moved towards a global capabilities. With that, we are in a position to today develop products for global markets from here. It's maybe mechanical products. India has emerged, in our case, emerged as a center of excellence for mechanical products, where we produce release products here for global markets. Also, we are a very key element of the global development through the software development, because Indians have become essentially leaders in developing, in the writing softwares for all the most advanced global products. Now we are moving to digital. So there also we see a huge opportunity for India key role. That has been the evolution of
very interesting. Our industry. I think there is we've sort of charted our own path to get us to where we are in some sense. So I wanted to focus this panel's thoughts on the modes of technology development, different modes of technology development. That's what we've heard thus far. I think what we are now seeing are these core modes of technology development themselves are seeing a revolution. I think that cuts across pretty much all sectors of technology. Today we talk of startups much more than, having our own captive R&D. Many large industries, for example, I was at L&T yesterday. L&T, one of our traditional companies built on very traditional infrastructure platforms, is today talking, how can I interface with IIT startups? Something I would not have imagined even 5 years ago. So the modes of technology development are as important, if you will, as the technologies that they will develop themselves. So let's talk a little bit about where our industry, what sort of modes of engagement are we looking into the future, and also looking at, in some sense, what technologies are on the horizon that will cut across different technology spaces. And to make our thoughts a little more agnostic to technologies, I'll first ask Mr. Veluswamy to go, and then we will hear from TT.
So the pace at which the technologies are happening, at least if you take the automotive sector, the automobiles, there is a migration of internal combustion engines to electric vehicle. So there is a battery technology, and within the battery technology, there is a huge forward movement of the technology from nickel, manganese, cobalt batteries to lithium ion battery to sodium ion batteries to solid state batteries. So there's a huge movement that is happening. So you need to be clear where to invest, what technology to develop, how much time that will need. So there is one team that needs to constantly focus on battery. If you take 10 lakh vehicle, if you put a battery equivalent coverage of the diesel tank, 400 kilometer range, you are talking about 20 lakh rupees of that vehicle. But the duty of the government is 50% for a above 4 meter vehicle, and for an electric vehicle is 5%. So the 45% saving that you get from the GST, you can put it in the battery. So the government is helping you to jumpstart the battery electric vehicle, and therefore you see a huge forward movement happening in battery electric vehicles. So that's the huge thing that's happening in the transportation sector. Second, coming to the safety. If you look at the safety today, radars, cameras, and fusion of the information that is coming from radar and camera happening in the platform ECU is the need of the hour. You are not only finding out through the cameras, the vision cameras, but the radars. That you need to understand what's happening in the daytime, night time, foggy times. The camera does not alone work, not only alone work. So that's the fusion system that's being developed at a very fast rate. And also you need to monitor the vehicle around 360 degree and the top and bottom. So it's not the front and the rear alone. So there is a technology, safety technology, that is also helping you autonomous driving. And you are able to monitor the vehicle. If you are not there, if somebody coming closer to the door, it suddenly starts to give you alarm. The vehicle starts giving alarm. It alerts you in mobile. So many advanced technologies are coming. So that's the second technology. Safety and autonomous driving are going together, or the drive assist. The third technology that's coming in the way, huge technology shift is coming, is in the infotainment area, music systems, entertainment, bringing gaming, bringing connectivity into the system, voice assistant, gesture control, text conversion. You speak and it is converted to text, and a message is sent to your relatives. Vehicle to vehicle connectivity, vehicle to network, infrastructure network connectivity. It's huge. So it is impossible for a OEM to develop all these technologies simultaneously. And you do not have the bandwidth of R&D people to do this development. More than this technology development, what is more important is you need to know what the customer wants. You cannot develop everything and then finally you figure it out that the customer just does not like it. And the cost is too high of going wrong. And the technology savvy people, most of the time, may be completely left brain oriented than the right brain oriented, what it tastes for them. So therefore, the modes of the technology development is shifting like this, that we develop the platform for electric, for autonomous driving, safety, and for the connected cars and infotainment systems. Then you bring in the network of startups apps you bring in and then integrate into your domain controllers. We call it as zonal computing systems, domain controllers. You integrate it. So what you do is what like Google does, that you source the technology development from the public. That's what you are starting to do. So that is the biggest shift. So that means where the research gate was completely closed, nobody will be entered inside the R&D center earlier. Now the whole public is allowed to enter and develop as a partner with the software system available. That's the shift, big shift that you are seeing.
Very interesting. TT, when I used to visit India from the US, I used to live there for a little while. I would use a Maps product to get to the airport in the US. Then it would land in India and I'll say, there's no way India can be mapped. Right? And today I just use Google Maps to get to this venue. Today I'll say there's no way autonomous driving can come to India. Okay. And I'll also say that we've gotten through half an hour of the panel without saying the phrase artificial intelligence. And I think I want to congratulate myself for that. So over to you, TT.
Yeah, I want to just a good segue from what Mr. Velusamy just said. I have seen Android now move from phones to TV to watches to automobiles, and I've seen that how the development cycle across all of these is different. And it's incredible work that he's doing and Mahindra is doing, because it takes 4 or 5 years to plan a car and launch it and test it and have safety, whereas software, we push out updates every week, right? So the whole development methodology is so different between this, and it's just so stark. As he was talking, I was thinking how different it is. The other thing he mentioned is also something I was actually going to open on, which is that Google, our methodology is default to open, right? So the ideas come from anywhere, and it is very difficult if you keep it all cloistered and controlled to really get the best out of the idea, right? So Android is a completely open source platform, and we get tremendous contribution from the entire development ecosystem, which gets integrated back into the Android. And also, since it's open, we have people who are white hat hackers who look at all the vulnerabilities and point out what is broken so that we can continuously keep fixing it, right? So one of the things I see, and I see the world embracing, and I'll talk about it later as well, is the default to open methodology, right? So where collaboration now spans countries, boundaries, everything else. So I think that is one of the things that I would encourage everyone to take as an approach going forward, because the benefits far outweigh some of the results. Of course, you've got to have your own IP and you need to protect that. But overall, a lot of this thinking is coming from everyone. The second thing for Google is, a lot of the, I call it not invented here, right? Everything we built early on had our own mail system, had our own databases, had everything built ourselves. And that only takes you so far, right? So if you see the top 5 tech companies, they've invested heavily in startups, specifically in India, right? Billions of dollars have gone into it. So it's no longer not invented here methodology of development. So these fabulous idea, I was in India in fact, just 2 days ago, and this whole concept of like Dunzo, right? Getting something shipped from anywhere to anywhere, because people are mobile and there are hundreds of scooters everywhere around you, and they can shift things from one place to the other with low friction, and because of the mobile application. Those type of innovations are coming from markets like India, right? So I think that both listening to your customer, figuring out the unique need, being open and defaulting to open are the ways. I also concluded all my comments without saying the word AI as well. I want to keep that trend going.
Yeah, let's hope we can get through another half an hour. That's too much to ask for. But anyway, Mr. Kaniyappan, in traditional manufacturing, there's a product, there's a design. Now, how do you bring this openness? And the hard part of manufacturing is, in at least half the products that I am familiar with, if you give me the product and a reasonably smart person, I can reverse engineer. So where is this idea of openness possible?
No, the industry itself is moving from delivering products to services. manufacturing companies have to become technology companies to lead the future. What I can probably just add to what Mr. Velusamy said, around 2014 period, we realized that there is an opportunity for developing connected vehicle business in India. Solutions, meaning connected vehicle, there are a lot of things happening related to track and trace, etc. Then we thought, why not we really focus on this and then develop a business model. Of course, the manufacturing thinking, of course, we don't have much idea of what it is, how to do, etc. But our global parents said, you guys be entrepreneurial, look at what you can do for India market. The option available to us was to take a solution that was available in Europe. By then, WAPCO had acquired a company. Transix were leaders in this segment in Europe. So we brought the Transix leadership people here to see if there is an opportunity to really launch the product here. They came, visited many places, and then said there's no possibility. India is not ready for our product. The product cost, it was costing 65,000 rupees, more like an onboard computer, etc. Based system. But by then India had moved to mobile based solutions. So what we decided is, why not we develop a product ourselves with startups. So what we did was, of course, we had some electronic engineers who know this product who had some experience in the aftermarket area. So we found some people who can supply hardware and firmware in Bangalore. So visited, and then some 3-member people. So we really brought them, partnered. Then there are a few people in Chennai who are actually working on the software, portal development, etc. Third, we worked the customer. One of the customers, we requested them, would they be interested to partner? So fourth, we WAPCO together. We worked 6 months. In fact, we brought a postgraduate engineer from one of the premier institutes. This is the ecosystem with which the team worked 6 months. Some of them will be sitting in a truck, and then they'll be validating the software that's working, etc. End of 6 months, we actually developed 40 functionalities. Some of them are very unique at that point of time for the customer. So we went back to the customer and then told them, of course, I went there and told the CTO, how do you like it? He said, give me some exclusivity for some of the features. I told him, this is at 5,000 rupees I'm going to give you. What was 65,000 in Europe, from Europe? He said, I can give you 5,000 rupees. Then he said, I would like to put it in all my trucks and buses. This was 2000, I would say, it took about 2 years to reach that point. But the challenge was, you can't just like that put it in a OEM vehicle. So again, we inducted this idea, gave this idea to our engineering team. They took the responsibility to really make everything robust. You have to test, validate everything once again. Took another year, another 1 or 2 years. By 2020, August, every vehicle that is being produced from the truck, from the OEM is fitted with our system. And now we are also taking responsibility for, tracking those vehicles in the field, providing that, all the features, all the functionalities that we can provide to them, so that they will be able to really get the best of safety, efficiency, connectivity, all that. That's the way I'm saying this is an example of what we can do it in India, because it's all market specific. Commercial vehicle is market specific, regional specific requirements. We can't expect solutions from Europe. It's an example. So this is the way we.
Very interesting. I believe that technology has penetrated into products that are sort of not life-threatening, far faster than it has penetrated products that are much closer to our lives. For example, Radha's company works on diagnostic kits, blood sugar, blood pressure, blood, chemistry tests. So this space, broadly the space of medical technology is dominated by large multinational players. And the reason it is that way, I'm led to believe, is because of the liability that comes with a bad product or a bad decision made in the field. So is there room for a small company at all in that space? And how do you navigate this liability problem?
Thanks, Mahesh. I may have to break the spell and use the word AI. So let me answer your question first. Yes, the medical devices and diagnostic space is largely dominated by big players. And not only is it the risk of, of harming someone, there is also a very strict regulatory environment that we operate in. So devices have to meet certain safety standards. They have to demonstrate performance, accuracy, precision, all of these things. Until 2017, the regulatory environment in our country related to medical devices was I would say, not so well defined. But since 2017, CDSCO has taken a very proactive role in identifying devices, medical diagnostics, which need to be regulated and have put out regulations. So when we are developing devices and diagnostics, we are not just paying attention to what is the potential harm that could happen, and therefore, make sure that we meet accuracy standards and so on, but we are also abiding by certain regulations that the regulator puts in place. For example, if you develop an ECG device, then you have to show that if you have a defibrillator connected to the person, then, and at the same time both devices are on the person, that your device doesn't get short out. So these are compliances that have to be met, and this is one way of ensuring patient safety. And the whole environment is in India is changing now because the regulator is much more demanding and much more organized about what is required. But the other thing to say is that customers are expecting more. So they are saying, well, you need to meet the higher standard. So the European standard is called CE. And even when we sell to government, they ask us whether our devices are CE certified. So we ensure safety by adhering to regulation and by building in risk mitigation into whatever we build. So that is how we look at. So for us, product development is not just about what is the unmet need, what does the product need to look like, but also how are we doing it and how safe is the device. But now what is changing on the back of it is that we are no longer believers in standalone devices. So gone are the days when patient monitoring systems, this is what the big manufacturers do. They build standalone devices that don't talk to anything else. But this is where startups are seizing the opportunity, because they realize that standalone devices are a big pain and you can't scale in India with standalone devices. So what do I mean by that? If you have a tertiary care hospital and you have a nursing station where a group of nurses is monitoring, 25, 30, 40 patients, and in each room you have a patient monitoring device which is collecting data. Well, if that data is not being dumped into a hub or into the nurses station's dashboard, then each time each person has to be monitored sequentially, and you have to rely on the expertise of that individual to ensure that everything has been looked at. Now you add one more layer to this and say that we'll build AI algorithms that will be able to detect when there is a danger signal. Now, through a connected device modality, you have solved for the problem of India, which is scale, which is the lack of trained personnel, which is, the lack of infrastructure overall. So I think this is what is really phenomenal, and this is changing in India. And that plum spot is being taken by startups, not so much. And of course, the big companies are catching up, and they're also doing many of the same things. But I like to believe anyway that startups have a leg up on this.
Sure, I think they do. They certainly do. We're going to open up to audience questions in just a couple of minutes, so please be prepared with your questions. We'll start from the back and sort of work our way to the front, maybe. Yeah, I'll come to it, sir. So the key question that on all our minds is not whether technology will help our companies. There's no debate on that part. That is settled 25, 30 years ago. We need to all understand the directions in which technology is moving and be prepared for it. We heard of AI 10 years ago. Today, there's no preparation required. It's a drag and drop product in most places. What are such things that are on the horizon today? We heard a few from our panelists. in traditional automotive, in battery technologies, in manufacturing, in healthcare, in software products that are sort of on the horizon, and the modes of technology development, startups. We didn't talk of another possibility of just having in the core idea of open development, sort of independent consultants, somebody out there having an idea, just coming in and contributing to your bottom line through technology development. I have, we'll start with a question in the back there. Can somebody pass a mic?
I am Paul Dynathy from IIT Madras. My question to Dr. Radha, since you are working on diabetics and all you are telling, I'm a type 2 diabetic patient, but when I had a problem with foot ulcer, betadine solution was used solution was used for cleaning the foot ulcer. But I'm given to understand that solution should not be used, only saline water and tea bat ointment. Can you throw light on that?
I really shouldn't. I'm not a clinician.
No, this is what happened. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Sure.
Well, I mean, because I was affected because of that.
Sure, sure. Can we take the next question? Yes, sir. The gentleman there. Yes, sir. Mic kodunga.
So I have a question. Yeah. Okay, I think, can I answer this question? I'm from healthcare.
No, I think if you can direct your question to the panelists, it'll be better.
Okay. I'm Shivkumar Ballan from the healthcare sector. My question is to Dr. Radha Rangarajan. See, here in this corporate world, we talk about, performance, targets and things. But very seldom we talk about quality of life. So my question would be relevant, how we can leverage technology to measure quality of life. I'll just give a small example. So based on that you can give, because today Apple Watch is measuring your heart rate, your blood sugar and many things. When you want to measure your happiness index, we talk about the 4 key hormones, those dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin and endorphin. And when you talk about stress in the corporate world, we talk about cortisol and epinephrine, norepinephrine. So using this technology, what you're saying is that, can we measure these, the endocrine system, like the way you're measuring your blood pressure and sugar level, so which can give an indication to the professional that whether when they're there in the office, what is the real quality of life, how it's impacting their day-to-day work. Because many of the places I go as a consultant, we are just wearing designations, but we really don't enjoy our work. And happiness will play a very important role in that. So you can throw some light, whether there is a parameter using this technology, will measure these things, which will improve the quality of life of a professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to answer that? I'll also request TT to chime in on that question. Does Google have any wellness or happiness products on the horizon?
Okay, so let me first say that I'm not aware of products which are directly measuring these kinds of neurotransmitters directly from blood. And our devices are point of care devices, meaning that you don't have to use them within a healthcare facility. Even a 10th grade passed person who is trained to use the device and is able to use a smartphone can use our device. But at this point, we don't have a product to measure these indicators of mental health. In fact, the larger question that you are asking is, what are the technologies that are available to us to assess the mental health status of people? And that is a very burning and important problem in today's world, especially amongst the urban population, where stress levels have really soared. And so, there are I can speak from the startup space that there are people who are using multimodal technologies. For example, people are examining, facial muscle activity. People are looking at, how often a person makes eye contact, how often a person blinks. There are various parameters like this which are being taken into account. And algorithms are being built to understand what is the person's mental health status. But I think beyond being able to detect, the question is oftentimes people know that they have a mental health issue or they don't feel good. They feel stressed and they are able to articulate this. And what can we do to help them? And I think there are good examples of technologies. For example, there's an app called Calm, which is widely used by people. And there's another one, I think it's called Headspace. And there's yet another one where people can call in and speak to counselors. This is a nascent space. This whole idea of using technology for mental health, this is a nascent space. But I'm going to end with one example of not exactly a mental health issue, but there is the whole problem of chronic pain, for example, chronic back pain. And it is not easy to solve that problem. And as you know, the drug industry has failed to develop safe drugs for long-term use for pain. We are just coming off of a very, very horrendous opiate epidemic in the US. So we don't have good drugs for pain. Now, there's a company in the US that has developed an AR, VR product, augmented reality, virtual reality product, which has just received FDA approval. Ease VRX, I think they're called. And that allows a person to wear, sort of a headset and see themselves in a different reality. And that in turn, and through a very guided process, it helps the person reduce their perception of chronic, of pain in the back. And this is an example where I think technology is playing a great role in addressing some of these chronic issues.
TT, over to you.
Yeah, I think very eloquently answered by Dr. Radha Rangarajan. I was going to mention a few points. One is I'm not an expert in the health space, but Google does have a lot of investment in overall health. We have acquired Fitbit, as you know, so that does many of the same monitoring of the parameters. That does detect levels of stress based on your heart rate and breathing rates and so on. I also, in your pockets, every one of you has at least one, if not two supercomputers today, right, with your mobile phone. And this is where, a lot of the AI technology now runs on your phone. Google, we have a product called TensorFlow Lite that is used on edge devices or on your mobile phone. It's an open source deep learning framework, right? And that open source deep learning framework has been adapted and used by many, many creative entrepreneurs to detect, eye movement, facial detection, breathing rates. In fact, during COVID, based on how you cough, you could find out whether or not you may have COVID, right? But many of these technologies have not been gone through the regulatory approvals. They're very much in the trial. In fact, those apps that they've created, we couldn't put them on the Google Play Store to make them widely available because it hasn't been truly tested yet, right? So there is those hurdles still to be crossed. But I think all the ingredients are available today, and it's just a matter of time when all of these get put together in creative ways to address some real life problems.
That I think, if you like to add anything, but that gentleman seems to have a question. Yes, sir. One question, please. We have time only for one question.
Mr. Velsammy, let's assume that lithium ion is going to be used in a major way. What is your evaluation in terms of foreign exchange outflow and the value addition and the profit maximization for Indian companies? From these points of view,
I'm not able to hear you, but I'm hearing some Indian companies value addition profit.
Hello, I'll repeat. No, assuming that lithium ion batteries are going to be used in a major way, from the point of view of foreign exchange outflow, the profit maximization for Indian companies as well as value addition.
So here is what I think the Indian government is trying to do. I don't know. I'm not inside the Indian government, so I can't tell, but I can only visualize what they are trying to do. So you buy the oil from Gulf today, and you are 75–80% of your oil that you are using today, petrochemicals, they are being bought. Assume that that's being completely replaced by battery, which means that you need to buy it either from China or from South Africa or from Russia or from somewhere. There are two things. Here also you are buying crude oil, and when you go to batteries, you are also going to buy the raw materials, correct? They are not synthetic. They are lithium is lithium carbonate is there, lithium hydroxide is there. That's how it's in ore that you are going to buy it. What has happened is the Chinese have invested in lot of companies that have already bought, whether it is in South Africa or everywhere, rest of Russia, they have bought all the mines of nickel, cobalt, manganese, lithium. They have already bought it. So they have invested. The only thing that you can now do is the value addition when you buy the lithium ores and then you try to convert them to battery is so high compared to crude oil. Crude oil, you are buying it at $110, but lithium ore, you are not buying at that price. So this is the subtle difference. So the government of India has come with the PLI, production linked incentives, that if you put a cell plant, they give you incentives. If you produce a battery vehicle, they give you incentives. What it is doing is, it is pushing you to localize, to be self-reliant. Just imagine complete industry in Russia and in Ukraine is shut down. And if you have a factory, something is supplying, you are affected today. You are interlinked in a way. With the globalization, we got interlinked, but now we need to find out certain core technologies that we need to get it in-house. Otherwise, our future generation will be dependent on somebody else. And that will be the soft threat you always will have compared to the freedom that you had.
Sure. Thank you all.
So that's the value that you get. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you all. This has been a wonderful panel discussion. I'm going to close by little 30-second plug for a new initiative from IIT Madras. If any of you in this audience wants to truly understand the future of technology, you should be reading IIT Madras Shastra. It's a new magazine that we launched about earlier this year. It basically presents all of science, technology, and innovation that's happening across the country in a manner for all of us to consume, read, digest, use, and understand. So those interested can just Google Shastra IIT Madras and you'll find a link to subscribe and read. So I think, thank you all. I want to thank all the panelists for a wonderful discussion. The future of technology is safe in all our hands. The future of technology is in open sourcing. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahesh. Thanks a lot. May I request President MMA, Mr. Naghari Krishna, who's also on the committee, and also Mr. Suresh Raman, if we can just join them on the dais to give away the mementos, please.
Come, Suresh. Go to round. Nice talking to us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause for this wonderful session. Thank you so much. And now, yeah, we are breaking for lunch, and there is only one session after this. So I'll request you all. To come back and join us. And there we have Mr. Ramagopal, who joined us from the US. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. We are not able to present you a physical memento, so we are presenting a digital memento from here. And on your behalf, we are distributing face masks for the needy. Thank you, sir. Would like to say something?
Yeah. I said thank you very much. I really appreciate the invitation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after lunch for the next session, which will be the last session today at 2:10 p.m. Let's meet back at 2:10 p.m. same place. Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Time for us to commence the last session of the convention. May I now request the dignitaries who will be participating on this dialogue on future of sustainability to take their place on the dais. May I request Mr. Ravichandran Purushothaman, President Danfoss, Mr. Vivek Subramanian, and Mr. Naveen Unni to take their place on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. We have Mr. Dr. SSV Ram Kumar, who joined us online, and we have Ms. Mridula Ramesh, who joined us online from Jaipur as well. Ms. Mridula, am I audible?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. We are also able to listen to you and also see your video. Thank you so much for joining. Mr. Naveen Unni is the managing partner, McKinsey and Company. Naveen is the managing. Yeah. Mr. Naveen is the managing partner of McKinsey's Chennai office and leads sustainable practice in India. During his 18 years with the firm, he has led several large-scale, multi-year transformations with strong focus on transforming culture and building capabilities. Joining him in this conversation are Mr. Ravichandran Purushothaman, President, Danfoss Industries Private Limited, also past President of MMA. In his role, he will establish support to the India market growth and ensure companies' continued growth expansion in the country. Having been with Danfoss since 2002, he is one of the key members who has developed new growth strategy for Danfoss India. We are joined by Ms. Mridula Ramesh, CEO of Sundaram Climate Foundation. She is joining us from Jaipur today. Ms. Mridula is the author of critically acclaimed The Climate Solution, India's Climate Change Crisis and What We Can Do About It. And she is also the founder of Sundaram Climate Institutes. An MBA from Kellogg School of Management, Mridula worked at McKinsey in Silicon Valley before returning to India. We have Mr. Vivek Subramanian, co-founder and executive director, Fourth Partner Energy. After 7 years of being an investor, he followed his passion to be an entrepreneur and along with two of his friends, set up India's leading distributed solar platform. They have partnered with over 150 MACU C&I clients. Dr. SSV Ram Kumar joins us from Delhi. He is the Director, R&D, Indian Oil Corporation. Dr. Ram Kumar has over 3 decades of uninterrupted R&D experience. He is instrumental in the development of India's homegrown OEM-approved marine lubricant technology, which catapulted India's oil servo lubes into the select league of 5 multinational oil companies of the world. So thank you so much, all the panelists, for joining in. Before we commence the dialogue, there is a pleasant duty for us to do. It is with pleasure that we announce the launch of National Report on decarbonization of Indian industry released by Danfoss Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at that AV, please. Congratulations to Team Danfoss. Phenomenal effort must have gone into compiling this report. I'm sure all our audience will get a view of this very soon. Let's have the formal launch of the report, ladies and gentlemen. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to join Group Captain Vijay Kumar in having the report released, please. Thank you, gentlemen. So here we are, getting into the next dialogue, the future of sustainability. May I request Mr. Naveen to lead the conversation, please.
I think it's always good to get applause before you start. I mean, you don't know what will happen at the end, so it's good to start. No, but before we get going into the panel, if I could request Mr. Ravichandran, if you want to say a few words about this report, that would be fantastic.
Thank you, Oni. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be back here in this magnificent hall after a very, very long time. Especially, last year we had this on a virtual platform, and I guess this time we are moving to the real world of hybrid. So that's pretty nice. So let me give you the context and the background of why we did what we did. I think our Prime Minister had come out with a very ambitious plan called the Panch Amrit, which was launched in COP26 in Glasgow. And I think all countries, all leaders across all worlds are trying to solve this big global climate challenge, which is to minimize the global warming by 1.5 degree temperature by 2100. Now, what this challenge means? This challenge means globally, all of us have to put our hands together to reduce the carbon emission, which means we need to take out more than 150 billion tons of carbon dioxide from the planet. What does it cost? It costs about $1.5 trillion year on year for the next 20 years. That's the strategic challenge that is in front of all of us, actually. So in an Indian context, when we looked at what should India do if our Prime Minister's ambition is to make India carbon neutral by 2070, the Prime Minister came out with a very ambitious plan of Panch Amrit, where he had these 4-5 levers, where it is about investing very heavily into renewables, hydrogen, circular economy, and several things by 2030. What it means is the next 9-10 years, we need a lot of investment, a lot of innovation, and a lot of skills to really build the basis for the future. So in this context, we thought we should look at where are we today. You know, it's like doing a sanity check on what is the level of carbon emission in different industry. And then we thought we should work together with one of the institutions which is very knowledge centric, and we went to Confederation of Indian Industries Center of Excellence in Hyderabad, which is the energy efficiency cell under the Green Building Council. And I think they've done some remarkable work over the last 2 to 3 decades, and we constituted a study to look at what should we do in India for each of these industries actually. So that finally culminated in a report where they have come and presented to us, joint effort of us, and looked at in this report. And this report kind of tells us that we have multiple choices to make. And I think one of the key outcomes of the report is that there is no one size that fits all. And the challenge really for us is to look at by sector and also figure out, while we will do well as countries and companies on scope 1 and scope 2, I think scope 3 and scope 4 are becoming very challenging, because scope 3 is something which is indirect to our companies. And scope 4, of course, is the new post-pandemic challenge of people working from home, having hybrid virtual platform. All of this is extra energy that is going to be spent somewhere in doing business. So scope 3, scope 4 is going to be very challenging actually. So contextually, this report is talking about what should each industry do in order to become carbon neutral. And I think one very overwhelming line is, for India, it's a great opportunity. It's not a problem. I don't see it as a problem. It's a great opportunity. There's a lot of money that's going to flow into this industry, and we need to look at how do we absorb this and really take advantage of this through deep digital decarbonization. And I'm sure we have on my left a very young entrepreneur who has done it, and I'm sure we'll have many more of them to transform and make India sustainable. So that's in short only what I wanted to kind of start with actually on the report. Yeah. Thank you.
If it's okay, I'll just share a few insights that kind of builds off where Mr. Ravichandran talked about. I just a starting point, right, for this. Thank you. But first I want to just thank you for taking the kind of the leadership on this topic. It's a very important topic, and I'm going to just build on what you said and share some research that our McKinsey Global Institute led. Initially, I was thinking, is this a helpful place to start? And once I share this, we'll make that judgment together. The reason I want to share this is to talk about why is this important, and why is this suddenly taken so much of airtime in these types of conversations. Because we all say we have to do something, but I just want to give you a little bit of context to why and where India's place in the broader sustainability world globally is. And you'll see that India has a very, very unique place on this topic. But the first thing to note, as Ravichandran also said, is where we need to get to, which is the 1.5 degree centigrade pathway, is that dashed line you see going all the way to the bottom. A delayed transition world is a reference case world. The gap between the reference case and this 1.5 degree centigrade pathway is 90%. So we are, the current course and speed that we are going at, I don't think our grandchildren will have much of a world to get to. Is this better? It's not working on this. Okay, is this better? Fantastic. I'll just use this. So the first thing to know is, at the current course and speed, we are far, far away from a sustainable world. In 2 generations, by 2100, the world that we know will be in a very different place. So we have huge actions to take as a world, right? As a globe, not just as India. It's the first thing to know. The second is, there's 3 parts of this transition. The first is what we call the physical building blocks. These are the technologies that Mr. Ravichandran talked about. The technology is actually, the good news is most of the technologies we know we have. If you actually look at what will it take to get to this net zero world that we talk about, we have the technologies. 90% of the technologies are there. Even things like hydrogen, carbon capture, utilization and storage, the technology is known. But the real issues are 2 others, which is that middle block, which is the economics of it. How do you actually make all the money that we have put into fossil fuel plants and so on? How does the economics work and the societal adjustments around it? And then the last bit, which is what are the governments doing about it? How do we align and, actually make the change happen? Those are the harder bits. Technologies are known, technologies we have. Where's the money going to come from? How is it going to become economic? And how are people going to get aligned and actually do it? Are the bigger challenges. Now, McKinsey is a firm that looks at economics. This is kind of what we do. So we really focus on that middle bucket and said, how will the money come for this? How will it all get paid? What's going to happen? So that was a piece of research we did for about 6 months last year. And we looked at demand, we looked at capital allocation, costs and jobs. And we looked at sectors that do about 85% of overall emissions. So most of the emissions across 69 countries. So we looked at a country level analysis across 85% of all emissions, right? So it's a very comprehensive study in that sense. And we found 6 things. You can ignore the small text. I'll come to what of those. The first is it's universal. It touches every country, every sector. Nobody is not touched. I mean, if you were in the beginning, the inaugural session, Anant Krishnan, the CTO of TCS, said, we are only 2% of the emissions, but we have a big role to play in actually making something happen also. But even the 2% matters, right? Because you have to get to net zero. So every bit matters. So 2% also matters. So it is touching everybody, every country. No country is unaffected. But I'll come back to one reason why we should care about it a bit more. The second is it's significant. And I'll show you very shortly that it requires about $9.2 trillion a year. Now, what is it? Right? Trillion after a point, billion, trillion, all sounds the same, lots of zeros. But the reason it matters is that is about 35 to 40% more that we are going to spend on all assets around the world. So every year, about 6 trillion is spent on assets, all kinds of assets, your house, any infrastructure, 6 trillion. Another 3 trillion has to be spent every year. But not just that, the third one, which is front loaded, it has to happen in the next 5 years to 10 years. Otherwise, it's too late. So not just that money has to be spent, a lot more money has to be spent every year. It all has to be, or most of it has to be spent now. Because if we don't spend it now, in 15 years, it will be too late because there will be enough carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So front loaded, so it's significant and front loaded. But the fourth, this is where India comes in. It's uneven. The impact of climate change will be felt far more in countries like India. You can already see it. The rains that happen in Chennai every year. I've only moved back after living in Chennai for a while. I moved back last year. I already had 3 rain events, right? And so I joke about it, but we all know the impact. The reality is it's going to be significantly uneven and India will have to care about it more than most. And I'll show a couple of stats about it, not to scare people, but it is scary. The fifth is the risk exposure, whether you're in corporate, whether you're any, just to talk about what are the kinds of risks. But the sixth one, which also Mr. Ravichandran talked about, is that it's rich with opportunity. And the opportunity is because we have to still build another 2 Indias in the next 20, 30 years. Nobody else, no other country has the opportunity that we have to get it right first time. And that is a very unique opportunity we should all be thinking about and acting on in the years to come. So I just want to present a few facts and figures that will hopefully set up the conversation. I'll skip over many of the slides. This is the 9.2 trillion number I talked about. So 3.5 trillion additionally has to be spent every year. This is every year. So you can imagine if you have to spend that much more money, where is it going to come from is a really important question. A lot more in the first 10 years than later in the journey. And this one is an interesting one because you'll see India is here. This basically looks at transition exposure. How much exposure is there in this transition and how correlated is GDP per capita. So India and all the countries around us, including some African countries, are the ones that are most affected. If you don't believe me, we did a piece of research, which I want to show you, where we looked at how many people are going to be impacted globally by climate events. So there are 4 types of things that happen during climate. Heat, extreme heat, where it's very hot to work. Drought, no water. And I'm going to ask Mridula a couple of questions about water. So we'll talk about drought. Floods, when there's excess water, as we all know in Chennai. And then there is storms and tropical cyclones and so on. If you look at the number of people that are impacted by this, our study showed that by 2050, it's far away, but we'll still have, potentially we'll be alive, kids will be alive and all that. By 2050, 0.8 billion of our population will be impacted by one of these events. It's quite a large number. In fact, we estimate that 1 in 4 people impacted globally will be an Indian. 1 in 4 people impacted globally by weather events will be an Indian. So that is the level of impact that India is going to have from weather and climate. So it's not a problem for someone else. It's not a European problem. It's not, if we don't do something about it, we are the country that will be the most impacted. And just to bring this to life a little bit, you'll be very happy to see Chennai is not on this list, but it's still our country. And you'll see large parts of the country are exposed to multiple hazards, whether it's heat, drought, urban water stress, or kind of water challenges in cities and flooding. The numbers are quite significant. So the reason I say all this is, again, as I said, I don't mean to scare you, but it is scary because there is a reason we should be talking about this and doing something about it. And the time is now. But the last one, I will end on a note of optimism because I think it's important to note the opportunity here. That there are the whole set of decarbonizing processes that we looked at in the AV and that are happening now. There's a whole range of new low emission products, and I'll ask Vivek about kind of his company and what he's doing in this space, as well as ask Dr. Ramkumar about what is happening in their space as they shift from oil to greener products. And finally, new offerings to aid decarbonization. India has a very unique vantage point. As I said, we're building 2 more Indias in the next 30 years. The opportunity for us is to get it right and be the beacon for the world, which in turn will help us have a more safe and secure future. Great. Now with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to our very eminent speakers, 2 of whom I have on the dais and 2 that I have remote. And as I ask these questions, I think what we're trying to do is make it a very meaningful dialogue. So feel free to, on your question slips, send questions this way as well. And what I will do is I'll hopefully use these questions and weave it into the conversation. With your permission, then I'll begin. So let me get started with asking a question to all our panelists, right? So I'll probably start with you, Mr. Ravichandran, then with Vivek, then Ramkumar and Mridula. In the sectors that you're operating in, right, what are you seeing as the big priorities and things that really matter in this journey of sustainability and decarbonization?
So I think if I look at the profile of customers that we deal in India, there are 3 kinds of customers. Multinationals, very large Indian companies, and the small and MSME kind of sectors actually. I think most of the multinationals are probably having very clear targets on how they want to meet the sustainability targets. As far as large Indian corporates are concerned, they also have a similar targets like the multinationals. A lot more initiatives are being taken in terms of decarbonizing the business. COVID has actually helped focus on sustainability. And then this whole focus on ESG, ESG is becoming mandatory for most companies, especially large companies actually. It's becoming a lot more a boardroom discussion with clear scientific targets and how do you kind of execute towards that journey. But I think the most challenging part, what I see about sustainability is the MSMEs. And almost MSMEs contribute to almost 60% of India's GDP. And I have to include one more dimension here, which is agriculture. Agriculture, the methane generation in India is actually also a very, very large emitter. And India still uses a lot of cow milk and milk capacity. So we are doubling from 220 million metric tons to 450 million metric tons in the next 20 years. So this whole MSME and agriculture dimension is actually the biggest challenge India has in front of us actually. But I also see this as an opportunity because with the startup ecosystem that is coming in here, we are able to see convergence of technologies. Just to give you in perspective, one example, in the state of Tamil Nadu, we now have a 1-ton cold room which is operating on biomass, which was never there many years back actually. There are many startups getting into this space and disrupting. So I think this combination of startup ecosystem, ability to build digital into products and try and mitigate some of the strategic challenges that we have is gaining pace. But I think the challenge for MSMEs is really the funding principles. Because even India today, what does the MSME do actually? Because morning, he's a CEO of the company. At 11 o'clock, he's a production manager. At 4 o'clock, he's a marketing manager. And probably in the evening, he's also a purchase manager actually. So he's wearing many, many hats actually. So how does he integrate sustainability? And this is an area which is where I think we need to put a lot of focus in my view. Of course, agriculture will find its way because I come from an agriculture background, and I think my grandmother only knows circular economy. It's in between, we got disrupted by different economies, but I think agriculture will find its way. But I think the biggest challenge is water and also the way we use energy. And we need to look at and redefine a clear direction on how we get to that path actually. So we work a lot on agriculture, and right now we are also taking that whole message down to the stakeholders as well. So I think I'll stop here with this message that we have some good initiatives, great lighthouse case stories, but I think the scaling up on the MSMEs and scaling up of an agriculture is really, really now needed at the moment.
Great, thank you for that. I'll pick a couple of those themes for later, MSME and agriculture and solution space. Please, Vivek.
Thanks. Thanks, Naveen. Good afternoon, everyone. Always a challenge to be sharp post-lunch, and I hope everyone's listening to, I think, what Naveen drew out as a real imperative for all of us going forward. Quick background, Fourth Partner Energy. At Fourth Partner Energy, we partner with corporates and help bring sustainability to their doorstep. We believe this entire conversation has transformed in the last couple of years. I think as Ravi was mentioning, thanks somewhere in form and shape to COVID, if we have to ever thank something for it. I think in the last 11 years that we've been in business, most of our pitch towards corporates was centered around using sustainable renewable energy because it's a cost reduction mechanism. However, in the last 2 years, or in the last year, I would say more than ever before, sustainability has come onto the forefront. The conversations are far more aggressive from a method of adoption, from a size of adoption, from their ability to take larger, bigger bets. It's quite interesting to see that hunger come about. I think you touched upon a very interesting point, Naveen, and absolutely by that argument. In fact, at Fourth Partner Energy, we are not wedded to any technology. We are we are technology agnostic. We are looking for the best technologies out there to try and service our customers. And clearly, we are seeing that the availability of technologies is aplenty, and there are lots of opportunities now to deploy them at scale, which did not exist before. This is a beautiful, large opportunity in front. However, I think there is an entire business model that can be built around converting what you would call a product into a service, and to a large extent, that's something that we try and focus on at Fourth Partner, which is to see, to build our business around the customer, their sustainability aspirations, their bottom line targets, and say, how is it that we can partner with them and provide energy as a service? And the gamut of energy that can spread across beyond electricity to heat to transportation, there is so much more that can come onto the table in this front that the customers can adopt and take a lot more for. I'll pause here. I think that's a key trend that we are seeing come about in this market more than ever before.
Great, thanks, Vivek. And I'll pick up again on renewable energy and that entire theme later in the conversation. Dr. Ramkumar, if I can ask you to say a few words, kind of what are you seeing as big priorities in this space?
Yeah, thank you, Naveen. And first of all, I thank the organizers, MMA, for inviting me to be a part of this distinguished panel on the very important subject that I deal as the Chief Technology Officer of Indian Oil. I belong to oil and gas sector, and so you asked me for all that scary picture that you have depicted at the beginning of this session. It's scary and it's a harsh reality. We all have realized this, and oil and gas, even in public perception, is one of the main contributors to this scariness. Though the numbers speak otherwise, I have some hard numbers, at least for my corporation. Maybe at an appropriate time during this discussion, I can quote those numbers. But if you ask me how Indian oil and gas sector looks sustainability and how it approaches the whole, we are also part of what Honorable Prime Minister announced, the net zero by 2070. So how our sector is actually approaching to meet these targets. Believe me, we are trying to design our targets at least 2 decades before than what national target is. So some of our compatriots from the sector have already announced their net zero ambitions. Indian Oil is going to announce its net zero ambition and net zero target year very soon. I don't want to preempt what we are doing it, but believe me, this is a very important subject even in my company. So if I break down what is the approach, because we are highly carbon intensive sector, our sector itself is a hydrocarbon sector. So how I'm approaching? As a person deeply involved in the technologies that control this sector, I say that I always say this in these days in all these forums, scientific forums, for all the carbon bashing that people are doing, a country like India with a growth aspiration of GDP of double-digit GDP, you can ill afford bashing and bashing the carbon yet. So what I see as a scientist is carbon as an input is still the most affordable and most cheap, cost-efficient energy source. But what all one need to concern and what all one need to control and mitigate is carbon as output. So our entire endeavors is how we can minimize or mitigate carbon as output. This is the first philosophy that our sector is nurturing. And as far as Indian Oil is concerned, we are working in different wedges. I think, let me quote a popular Princeton wedge concept. 5 professors of Princeton, I think a decade back, they have actually propounded this wedge concept, that there are different wedges to deal with this sustainability, you may call sustainability or carbon abatement or emission reduction philosophy. So our wedges are, we are concentrating on energy efficiency and remaining very much in the fossilized domain. Can we really attempt minimizing the emissions? So we have manifested in the last 2 years. I don't know if you ever visited our Indian Oil retail outlet. I think it will be hard to miss because we are all pervasive in the country. So you see XP100, XP95, these are some of the very big billboards, 100 octane fuel, 95 octane fuel, green diesel. These are all having a claim of 3 to 5% of fuel efficiency, remaining very much in the carbon domain. And imagine that in this highly commoditized market of petrol and diesel, we are trying to differentiate the diesel with a better diesel, the petrol with a better petrol. This is the first concept. Having said that, we are also equally cognizant and agile in ushering in the alternate sources of energy, whether it is biofuels, whether it is hydrogen. In fact, Indian Oil is the front runner in the country to usher in hydrogen economy into mobility sector and industrial sector. We are working on along the value chain of hydrogen, starting from production to storage to transportation to the application. We are also very seriously working on carbon capture and utilization. And we know the imperatives globally that today carbon capture cost stands at $65 per ton. And very soon you're going to hear it from Indian Oil that we are at least reducing that cost by half. We have technologies, we have hybrid technologies of chemical and biotechnological interventions where we could able to bring down the carbon capture cost. And we are not very much believers in carbon sequestration, but we are into carbon utilization, carbon capture and utilization. Then we ourselves are heavily into renewable energy, whether it is solar, wind. We are also working in batteries. We are not scared by e-mobility paradigm that is actually emerging out. In fact, we are going to be biggest enablers for bringing in e-mobility into the country, whether it is by providing charging infrastructure across our retail outlets or providing a battery which is India-centric. We are not jumping on the bandwagon of lithium battery chemistry. We are scouting for India-centric battery chemistries like aluminum, like zinc. These are abundantly available in this country. So we are working on that. We have announced the Israeli startup to manufacture aluminum air batteries at gigawatt scale in this country. Right now, the prototype homologations are going on with all leading OEMs. So these are some of the approaches that we are working on. I'll stop here and I'll intervene as and when my second turn comes.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Very exciting to hear the list of technologies. And I might come back later to kind of probe a little bit deeper into the set of technologies you discussed. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Sure.
And then to Mridula, can I just say one thing about Mridula before she starts? If you had a chance to read one book this year on this topic, I would highly recommend Watershed. It's a book that Mridula has written. It is an outstanding book. In fact, it is the best description of the water situation in this country that I think has been written. So I would recommend this very highly. Now, before I fan out anymore, I will hand it over to Mridula. The same question, right? What are you kind of seeing as the big priorities in the spaces that you're in?
Thanks, Naveen, for that shout out. Very kind of you. And thanks, MMA, for inviting me. I think a lot of the points have been made. So I'll just talk through my experiences in 3 hats, right? So first, I'm a writer. I research on these topics. Sundaram Climate Institute deals only with water and waste. And second, I invest in right now only clean tech startups, right? And so there is activity in that space that I can talk about. The third important hat I wear is of an executive director or the odd job person in a MSME, right? So we run yarn spinning mills. So I can talk about some of the lived reality of that. So let me start with the positive, right? The positive is in the startup space. 2015, Vivek, I think we first met each other, etc. And at that time, and I said I would do non-carbon startups, and I'll explain why. I've spoken to Vivek also on this. I said, okay. At that time, every 2 months, if I get a startup, I would consider it a good quarter. Today, I think, I don't know whether there are other members of TCA sitting here. I tend to be very behind on evaluating startups because just in the last week, I've seen about 7 to 8. It is exploding, okay? And I think for the business community out there, if you're not getting it, the startups are, okay? And they're growing fast. So I think that is a very exciting, it speaks directly to the opportunity space that you're talking about, even in adaptation startups, which is what I look at. Now, if I wear the writer, the researcher hat, and I'm really going to sort of queer the pitch a little bit because we've been talking primarily on carbon. And I think there is no getting away from the fact that we are the most single, arguably one of the most vulnerable countries to the climate. And we can cut emissions until kingdom come. But if that emission cutting pace is not met with the rest of the world, we've already crossed climate thresholds. I think you see this very clearly that we've crossed climate thresholds and the need for adaptation is now, which is why the second book was written. And adaptation, at the center of adaptation lies water. Because, we're all talking about climate, we're talking about carbon, but the climate itself speaks through water. The storms and the drought, humid heat. You're talking about heat, but humid heat kills. Which brings me to the last point, right? As the executive director of 2 textile mills. And what is the hat I wear? Carbon for me there is easy, right? I pay a very heavy electricity price. Anything I can cut there, any efficiency I will do there, I will do there. So we have an inverter. We almost have a policy that we have an inverter on any motor above 5 kilowatts. So Danfoss is like our, in purchase director, I use it all the time and it's great. It's great because, the moment I put an inverter, I save units. I've got a buck boost transformer, so I don't have to worry about harmonics. I'm getting technical here, but you get the point. Every unit saved is adds to my bottom line. But let me come to the supply chain, right? Because when you look, and I think Mr. Ravichandran said this very clearly, there is direct investor and customer pressure on the MNCs and the large companies. But when you come to the MSMEs, the larger companies farm out, they farm out their, our orders come from them. And while cutting carbon saves costs, all sustainability does require some additional operating costs, especially when it comes to managing water, right? And then that goes to effluent treatment, etc. And it's in my book. When I look at in the textile industry, when I look at treating effluent, the operating cost, let's leave capex off the table, right? The operating cost alone, there is an additional operating cost which is, significantly higher than the profit margin of making that product. And I think there has been significant and consistent pushback by larger companies or customers to say, will I pay more for sustainability? And I think, look, if you want to crack the MSME problem, you have to align incentives. Conscience, the world is going to end, all of that will take you only so far. But you have to align incentives. And here I feel we've not bitten the bullet as well as we could have. So 3 points here. Huge optimism. Great. I think India, the water story needs to come, front and center in sustainability, because I think we've crossed climate thresholds. And I think if your factory isn't flooded or, dried out yet, it'll come soon. Then the third point is, I think when you look at handling MSMEs, aligning incentives, little bit of handholding. I know Vivek and I can go on about solar panel. That's a long and continuing story, but I think there's some degree of handholding required because the realities are different. But I think aligning of incentives, specifically, do we pay for sustainability? It's an important question to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mridula. And I'm going to stay with you. If you could just go a little bit into that water story, right? So you called out water as the bigger issue in a sense, not that one issue or the other will die if one of those doesn't happen. So, but let's take water as a what's the water story that all of us should be aware of?
See, very frankly, even though, there are 4 water bottles that I count on the table in front of you, I would argue that water is invisible, right? How did that water get there? How much water did you use today? And how do you get rid of it? Right? These are 3 questions which I wager that most people don't know the answer to. At the level of detail you require to manage water. See, I think the statistics are dire. I think when you look at water, how little water India has and how many people need it. And it's only getting skewed. But we don't talk of managing water because we don't value water. It has become invisible. And every city comes up with a water provision thing. Every company says, sorry, I'm going to go into Tamil. I'm assuming people in the audience will understand it. Illa factory podno engen thanni varum borewell potruvoma. That's the end of the story, right? And it's all hunky dory until the borewell runs dry. And borewells are beginning to run dry, and then when you start looking at tankers to transport water, etc., today, let me ask the audience this question. In your companies, in your offices, is water in your income statement or your balance sheet? In a significant way? I would argue no. Right? And I can assure you in 10 years, it's going to be a very significant line item, which will spell the end of certain industries. We talk of decarbonizing the sector, but if you look at the coal's water story, I mean, transitioning to solar makes eminent sense if you add water in terms of, water to carbon. Once you do that, it's a thing. So the point I want to say on water is are you managing it? Is it on your income statement or your balance sheet? My answer is no, not significantly. Second is, I think India's water is like a high maintenance actor, right? And climate change is making that actor more and more volatile. So if your company has not been flooded or run out of water yet, don't worry, it will happen soon. So you have to learn to manage it.
Thank you, Mridula. So Mridula has added not only you have to worry about carbon, you have one more thing to worry about, water.
Naveen, if I may respond, Naveen, just
please, of course,
on this water story. Again, these facts what Mridula told are equally scary. So again, we are very cognizant on this fact. Refining, for all people may or may not be knowing, is highly water intensive. Our refineries they require a lot of water. So now Central Pollution Control Board of India, on whose board I serve as member, and as a largest refiner of this country, we are quite cognizant of this fact. And so now all our refinery expansions, future refinery expansions, and any greenfield refinery, which is not going to happen anymore, barring Ratnagiri, which we are talking about a 60 million metric ton of refinery. Any greenfield refinery would be a zero liquid discharge kind of refinery, and it would be a water neutral refinery. And I substantiate my statement about our consciousness about water for refining. In Mathura refinery, one of our 11 refineries, we are hosting a scheme where the local supplier actually recycles the sewer water and gets the requisite quantity of water to Mathura refinery. This is a first of its kind experiment in a refining segment in the country. And once this becomes successful, probably we are going to replicate in all our refineries. So I fully agree with Mridula, and we need to conserve water in whichever segment that we are operating.
Thanks for those examples. It's always good to hear companies and the actual solutions that you are putting out there. And I'm going to come back to some of the solutions. But Mridula also touched upon something very important, incentives, right? How do we kind of set the policy incentives in place? And you're all kind of experienced in this sector. And maybe I'll ask the folks in the room, if you kind of king for a day and Mridula queen for a day, what are the one or two things that you will change today that will enable this kind of accelerated pathway to sustainability? Maybe I'll start with you, Vivek.
So I'll pick water as an example. You know, we had a greenfield project in Oragadam and we were promised X amount of water by SIPCOT. We hardly got even 10% of what the initial promise was. And then when we started ramping up the campus, we went from a headcount of about 500 to 2000. And then suddenly what we found was we were using a lot of water. And I think, Mridula, I want to let you know that I have it on my balance sheet, you know. And then we started measuring water. So when we wanted to measure water, our team came up with a CapEx requirement, which was pretty huge. So at that time, one of the startups walked into my office. He said, "Uncle, I have a very good solution. And I will do it on an OpEx model and not on a CapEx model." And this was a company which is now funded also very well in Chennai as well. So I said, okay, guys, I will give you whatever is your OpEx, but I will never give you CapEx, and we'll go for a 5-year contract. Believe me, I have more than 1,000 odd sensors in my 50-acre campus, and they have got my water intensity down from about 126 kiloliters to about 60 kiloliters per day. This is just done not even on a CapEx model, on an OpEx model actually. And they are really adding now the last 2 years directly into my balance sheet. That is one part. The other part I also want to talk about water is the behavior. Now, when we were measuring water, we found we were providing sambar in the canteen. And the days we were providing sambar in the canteen, the water consumption is very high. Because people are eating with hands and they kind of put it out in the open actually. So we were even discussing, should we convert into Bismillah or into Sambar Sadam? You know, just one example actually. No, what I'm trying to share with you all is, it is just not enough deploying technologies. The human behavior has to also come together hand in hand if we want to make transformation. Absolutely. So one is, of course, I've not answered your question on incentives. But I think there are business models available today to make it life easier for us if we want to really get to the final finish point, actually.
Lovely, lovely. Naveen, to your point, if we were to come up with a clean slate and sort of draw out, I'll stick to the power sector, given that's where we operate. So if you look at the prevalent technologies today, be it solar or wind, hydro, of course, is even cheaper, but we're talking of generating costs at about 3.5 to 4 rupees at the most. And I'm talking of landed prices to wherever the customer is. Now, this means that it is, if not the cheapest, one of the cheapest sources available of power. Technology, scale, initiatives from governments globally have brought this price of power from renewable energy down to where it is today. At the other end, from a consumption perspective, I think we've all talked about it already. Customers from the corporate side have a huge imperative. They want to be green. They're taking it seriously. Their customers are asking them to take it seriously. And they're quite committed to the cause. Their employees are committed to the cause. If you look at consumption from a home perspective, from retail perspective, or even to that extent, if you go into rural India, I think everybody would appreciate power in some form and shape being delivered at a lower price to them. And B, of course, it having a minimum carbon footprint. I think somewhere in between is where, as a king, I would stand and make this wish list appear and problems to be resolved. Because if we were to buy both of these opposite ends of the spectrum together, you have a ready-made market which should immediately transform itself. Structural issues exist, the horse and carriage are still owned by the government. There is resistance to some of the investments that were made in the past. There's not as much appreciation of the technology and where it stands today. And I think the biggest aspect that is not quite talked about is what you touched upon, Naveen, which is the incentives. We, for example, are constantly in the last, I think 5-7 years, always felt it was us versus them when we approached the discoms. And, it sort of became, you are taking away my customer, why should I give you this permission? I think there is a case to make it very synergistic, allow for them to also sort of get restructured and benefit from the renewable energy penetration that is coming about in the market. There is enough and more headroom. If you're getting power at 8 rupees and I'm supplying power to you at 4.5 rupees, there is enough headroom for you to share a rupee or two down with the discom as well. It may not be just a bilateral contract. It can be having multiple entities there. I think incentives have to get aligned. People have to move in this direction in a more positive intent. I don't even go on to saying that state and centers have to align, right? For power, it is such a big subject. It is finally governed by how the state governments look at this, and we need the center and the state to be also aligned on what sort of policy commitments are made at the center to where it is actually getting executed down the ground. The incentive mechanisms will also actually promote, in my view, a fabulous deployment industry. So think about employment that can be created, think about new jobs that will come about, think about new technologies that can get deployed. I think most state governments in India, they publish this annual report in and around their election times, and they talk about all the new initiatives they've taken, and there'll be some solar panels on these photographs. I think most state governments would do much better to actually seriously consider the tremendous positive impact renewable energy can bring into the economy going forward.
I think we should make you king for a day. Okay? There's a lot of very very good ideas here, but your big point is both on the demand and supply side, there's real opportunities. We can just make this market far more efficiently than it's made now. I think it's a fair point. Let me ask Dr. Ramkumar and then Mridula the same question. Right? What kinds of incentives would you like to see change now that can accelerate this pathway to sustainability?
Yeah, so incentives means already there are few incentives which are announced by government. For example, converting this crop residue to ethanol, because ethanol is one of the very sustainable initiative of remaining well in the fossilized domain, yet minimizing the emission footprint. So all this 10% blending mandate in gasoline, now it has been raised from 10 to 20% by 2025, and all the oil marketing companies like us, they're actually racing against time to create the infrastructure for raising this blending percentage of ethanol. But you know, this ethanol is a big subject in the sense it's a state versus center subject, and most of the ethanol again, ethanol, there is a lot of nomenclature. If you are from oil and gas, then these paralances are much easier. There is a first generation ethanol, second generation ethanol, third and fourth generation ethanols. Like the telecom nomenclature, here also there are several generations. But to make it simple, let me say that first generation ethanol is the one which is majorly produced in the country from sugarcane molasses or the conventional source. And most of this will go into the beverage or the liquor industry. And the requisite quantity of ethanol is not available for blending purposes in the gasoline. So now government is promoting to expand the feedstock basket of this first generation ethanol from confining only to sugarcane molasses to surplus sugar, to surplus food grains and rotten food grains. That is one very good policy enablement that they have done. Otherwise, in the food versus fuel debate, earlier using food grains to ethanol production is a big no-no. But now they have realized that a lot of food grains are getting just rotten in the FCI godowns. So they can be diverted to produce ethanol, and this, if it can help raise the percentage of blending of ethanol in gasoline, that much of lesser emission footprint from the tailpipes of vehicles. So there is a big incentive that the government has now raised the procurement price of the ethanol, such ethanol. And as you go to non-conventional sources, the price of the ethanol would be much higher, so that to encourage, like from crop residues, you can produce ethanol. That is second generation. From refinery off gas or industrial off gas, steel mill off gas, you can convert it into ethanol. Though we are the first one to set up a commercial plant in the country, in our Panipat refinery. But elsewhere in the world, people are doing this through biotechnological pathways. So this is one policy incentive, and to set up such plants, government has already announced a VGF scheme of 150 crores per plant. And then we are also, there is a lot of traction going on for hydrogen. Now we are demanding that hydrogen, if it is to be used as a energy form for mobility, we are asking, because we are going to be the largest producers of hydrogen, and we are asking it should be attracting zero tax. This is what we have been advocating. We are giving our wish list, and if it is a green hydrogen, it should be zero. It is a gray hydrogen, it should be some percentage, but today it is 18%. If I want to sell hydrogen to either an industry or to an automobile, it attracts 18% of GST. I'm asking, if you are projecting hydrogen as the ultimate green fuel, then give the tax incentive to the customer and to the producer as well. And for setting up the green hydrogen production, it's a highly capex intensive. There also some PLI schemes or the VGF scheme should be extended. These are some of the wish lists that as a sector we are advocating with the government.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ramkumar. You're saying there are already some incentives in place. Things are moving.
Yes.
But especially pushing on some of the new technologies like hydrogen. How do we create a hydrogen industry, a green hydrogen industry? Having the right tax set up for that would be great. Fabulous. And Mridula, you started us on this conversation, so I'm going to bring it back to you to suggest some ideas for us to consider.
The first one has got me labeled an evil capitalist in things, but so be it. I'll wear that hat and say, look, water should have a price. I think it needs to have a geographically variable, seasonal, progressive price, but it needs to have a price. And when I wrote the book, what really surprised me was water has always had a price in India, always. A price paid in kind, in labor, but it's had a progressive price. I mean, I put that section on Chanakya and how he thought of water taxes, and it's fascinating. Because I think once you think of price as a signal, you guys are talking about tax and, we're talking about putting it on the margin and making it more efficient markets. Today, the market innovations that are supported in water are canals, okay, and bore wells and tankers, right? We are literally spending hundreds and thousands of crores on those. If we had a water price, things like VGOT, FluxGen, there are N number of meter companies, analytics, storage, you name it, it's there. And I think, Singapore and Israel are stimulating those economies and those technologies, and we are leaving money and jobs on the table. And, when we talk of, I think the rough reckoning is there is 1 million possible jobs in just building water resilience, sewage treatment, tank tourism, storage, distributed storage for agriculture. So that's number one, water price. Number two is, I think if voters could make water management a voting issue, that would be a wish list. There are reasons into why it's not today, but that would be nice. The third thing is, this is a wish list to large companies and supply chains. Please recognize that sustainability has a cost to it. Not all sustainability, right? But there is a cost of adjustment. And perhaps the larger company should be hand-holding and encouraging their smaller suppliers to walk down the sustainability price. Saying, no, we will, look, let me give you an example that I gave in the book. A $10 t-shirt from 1991 cost $9.87 or 74 cents in 2021. There's not a heck of a lot of sustainability you can do there. I mean, so we've optimized supply chains on cost for decades now, and that approach is coming to bite us. And I think when you re-optimize supply chains, I think needs to be a recognition that it takes up cost and just share the cost.
I think you put it very, very elegantly. I think the starting point is if something doesn't have a price, it's not valued. And if it's not valued, we lose track of it until it kind of comes back to bite us, as you said. I've got a question, Vivek, for you from the audience. I don't know. Okay, let me ask this question as it's written. It's from Dr. Vasudevan from the Institute of Analytics. Will fourth partner energy partner with or offer solutions to MSMEs? It's a point that you raised, Mr. Ravichandran, on sustainability where it is most required. If I can tack a question onto that, one of the big challenges often with supplying energy to the corporate or industrial sector is the requirement for continuous energy, right? Round the clock energy, and therefore intermittency and how. So kind of both the MSME solution, but also more broadly, how do you think about, as you said, you're getting so much interest from the corporate side. How do you think about these round the clock type of renewable energy solutions?
Oh, very deep and very relevant questions. Thank you. So one is, so the MSME point, I'm really happy, sir, that you brought it up first. And I think Mridula also reinforced that. I think we have to think and acknowledge about the extended supply chain. I obviously can't name the customer, but we have a customer in the FMCG space for who's about 6 of their factories we have solarified and help bring down their cost of power. They have about 80-100 odd smaller factories which are run by their supply chains, and we sort of proposed to them that we could look at electrifying all of them with solar as well to go alongside, so that the benefit of reduced cost can be passed on. The obvious challenge from our perspective is that this is a 25-year financing product and needs creditworthiness, and we wanted a counter guarantee from the main customer to actually make that happen. Something as, in my view, fairly simplistic as that, and we are not talking, and Mridula, you made a point that there is a cost that we have to acknowledge, that we have to incur. And this is a smaller cost which would have given them a larger savings in energy cost, which could have anyway benefited them, was not forthcoming. I'm just giving a live example where it is the mindset at a corporate levels have to change to include the supply chain. I absolutely reinforce that point. And there are, and even without it incurring a cost, there is still so much of what I would call easy value to secure by innovative thinking through, as so long as corporates put on their thinking hat and say, I'm not going to think about this business as only that which runs within the boundaries of my fence. I'm going to think about my extended supply chain. There is a lot that we can all do. So the answer to that question, we are very much keen. I think we believe that distributed energy is the future in its form and shape, and generation of power is no longer going to be in one corner of India and supplied to the rest of the country. We are happy to do it on roofs. We are happy to do it at whichever spare land, whoever warehouse is available, and allow for us to transform into more sustainable renewable side. On the second point, and Naveen, this is an even more complex question. So, how are corporates, large corporates, if I may say so, approaching their renewable energy mandates? I mean, India is defined a 2030 target, a 2070 target. How are larger corporates approaching this? And to me, the real excitement comes when we enter conversations with CXO. And for them, the targets are immediate. So rarely do we come across conversations where corporates have a 2030 plan or a 2040 plan. I mean, they're talking about 2025, they're talking about 2023. And it's very exciting to when we hear that. So look, you can put solar on your roof. That's the easiest power source. It's the lowest cost power source. You need solar from an offsite power source that can come about. We've added wind to that as well. So you can do wind solar hybrids. They work very complementary at different times of the year. At different times of the day, and allow for A, the transmission infrastructure to be sweated well, and B, also the customers to realize a match between consumption and generation. Battery storage is still not there fully, but it's imminent. I would say in another 2 years, distributed energy management will be driven by storage at a more localized level at the grid and also at factory premises. And India itself as a country is taking quite a lead in helping drive down the cost of storage on that front. I think these factors by itself, and of course technology is innovating in all of these aspects to increase the efficiency of generation. These factors by itself is taking the share of the customer energy wallet to close to 70-80%. And this is fabulous for most industries. So imagine you as a consumer can have 70 to 80% of what you consume to be coming from renewable energy sources, measured, identified, tracked, and therefore implemented. The balance 10-20% is also possible. There are innovative contracting mechanisms that can help with the same. You can offset what you consume with some other green sources elsewhere. And I think with this sort of an approach that corporates are taking, we are very confident that corporate India will lead the way in all conversion of India's, hitherto what I would call carbon footprint to far more sustainable sources. And we are very excited to partner with them for that front.
Fabulous. Sounds very, very exciting. And building off that, I want to ask Dr. Ramkumar, you mentioned several technologies that Indian Oil is developing and looking to scale up. In the first session we had today, Dr. Kamkoti, the director at IIT Madras, talked of Atma Vishwas as the most important thing we need for Atmanirbharta. So his idea was, how can we be more self-confident in the technologies that we have and we run? And so one of the questions, Dr. Ramkumar, I have for you is, how do you think about the emerging technologies that are developed in India? Right? How do we scale that up? Because we need more cost-efficient, cost-effective, but India's developed technologies. What more can happen in that space? It would be very interesting for our audience to hear that as well.
Yeah, I think scaling up of the India developed technologies again requires a lot of commitment from the government side and from the user community side, in the sense there are few policies already, but how far they are being implemented or not is a moot question or moot point. See, there is a local content policy is always there. It exists. 15% of local content policy is always there, which actually promotes, and there is a general consensus that what we call in our normal procurement policy, the PQC, pre-qualification criteria for a nascent technology developed especially within the country, we can actually go for a waiver of this PQC of asking him some kind of a supply track record of these many tons or these big instrument or whatever it is. But I think that need to come into fore more pronouncedly if you want to really scale up these technologies. I can give my own example. Like I have developed a resid FCC technology, which is the key workhorse of any refinery. And the first demo unit that I have demonstrated is in 2003. But for the next unit to come within my own refinery, it took more than 11 years. But when it came as 0.1 million metric ton was the first unit. And then when it came, of course, after 10 long years, it came as 4.17 million metric ton size of that particular unit. So I think there is some inertia, there is some inhibition. So we should have some out of the box approach by no way I'm asking people to compromise on the requirement and on the quality, but whatever are the pre-qualification criteria are something what we normally in a straight-jacketed way that we design for other procurements that need to be looked from a different dimension and different prism once the POC is established for a given technology, whether it is an instrument or a technology.
Great, thank you. I'm mindful of time and I know I'll have to close soon. So I have one question for each of you. You've talked a lot about examples and ideas and real technology. So it's been a very, in a way, while we're talking about scary things, we're talking with a sense of optimism and a sense that things can change and things should change. And many of you are at the forefront of this. As you kind of think about the audience here and also folks outside, if each of us had to do something different to further this and walking out of the room, what could we do? What advice would you have for people in the audience who've probably taken some things away? What advice would you have for each of us to do differently as we walk out of the room?
I think the Hindu culture for several years and centuries has advocated that there needs to be a balance in how we consume. We have to only take away from nature what we effectively can and should. And the consumption economy that is the last 50 years, more driven by what I would like to think is more Western culture, and I don't like to make such distinctions, but it is more a fact that the consumption economy is very much a Western driven phenomenon, has changed that equation and changed that equation dramatically. And if while we can, if you, for your first chart that you showcased, I mean, there is so much that needs to be done to even catch up on a basic 1.5 degree climate change that we're up against. I think at the most elementary level, if you ignore scale level technologies or transformations that of course we all need to do through our corporate life and we will try and do, but at a personal individual level, if we can just keep that balance intact, we would have all done well. This is very counterintuitive to a growing economy. It's our time in the sun to, so as to say, and we think, this is the time when, we have to have 2 homes, 3 homes, 5 homes, or multiple cars, and so on. And it's tough to, and it's easy to give advice and tough to implement, but I think each of us, if there's one message, I would at least think we should practice it at a micro level, is have that balance between consumption and what we take away from the economy.
I would like to say two things. One, looking at this theme of what MMA has put together. One, this is a great opportunity that we have in front of us. I think, and there's a level playing field because every country is in the same platform actually. And I think it's a great opportunity where India can lead the world in the next century when it comes to climate change. And I think I'm very optimistic we will get there because we have all that it takes, including the demographic dividend. And the challenges that we have in India, where we still have not built, as you said, 2/3 of India, is actually going to redefine the way we do things to build the 2/3 of India. And these technologies will be actually be even available for rest of the world. So I'm very optimistic on that. Now, what can I say to the audience and the general people who are listening to this is three things. One, I think we all need to be cautious of the fact that we use less natural resources in whatever we do. Very, very important actually. Second is you also need to look at what can you regenerate, what can you save and regenerate, like circular wise, what can you recycle, reuse, and buy those kind of products that are available in the marketplace and be an ambassador for this. The last one is start practicing simple things in your own family, which will catch up among the community, and the social transformation is very important here in my view actually. So a lot more can be done by us, because if all the 7.56 billion people and the 2 billion yet to be born can make a difference, I think we have to have all our hands on the deck. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Dr. Ramkumar and then Mridula, the final word.
So from my side, coming from a R&D landscape, I would like to say to myself, first of all, not to reinvent the wheel. In the sense, if there is a good technology available anywhere in the world, try and implement it. Of course, Atmanirbharta doesn't mean that everything you need to do it from within. Even a smart adoption and making him, because even if you adopt it smartly, if you adopt it, the country, the sheer size of our country and the potential consumption potential itself is that the technology would be manufactured here. People would like to set shop here. So don't reinvent the wheel in the name of Atmanirbharta. Try and actively adopt if there is a good technology, and try to customize. Put in all your efforts to customize to Indian conditions. Take the core of it. This is at the broader perspective. And if you are asking me as an individual, to the audience, two simple things: switch off the lights when you leave the room, and put off the tap when you are shaving. Two simple things which I practice, and I often feel that, of course, Naveen is an alpha male. He doesn't require, and he already conserves the water. But what I say, and if possible, because for Tamil audience, I would like to say, go and search your video library and see that very old film of K. Balchandar, Tanir Tanir. Thank you. That's it from me.
Thanks, thanks, Dr. Ramkumar. Mridula, please, last word.
No, I think there's really good points that everyone has said. But if I were to give 3 pieces of advice, and I'll stick to 3, think, know thyself and know your water. India's water is very different from the rest of the world's water. It has very unique characteristics which have gone into the book. So know your water, know where it's coming from. I think that's very important. The second is, especially in sustainability, there is an overuse of the word conscience. And as a mother of 2 kids and 1 teenager, it's a very ineffectual word, right? I think what I've said is repeatedly, and what I've found is that conscience is great to make a change, right? Like to spur you to sort of say, I'm going to change. But I think design and making things easy and pleasant to do repeatedly is very important to sustain a change. right? So we've now been sort of roughly net zero waste in our house and sort of water resilient in our house. And it runs, right? It's a system that runs without too much intervention. We monitor the figures, but it doesn't require intervention. And the yuck factor is something people ignore. You know, like we have to do this, you have to do this, it's conscience, this, that. It doesn't work. Like he said, switch off the light when you leave the room. A more effectual way, I keep shouting at my son, put a sensor on the light. So when he leaves the room, it just goes off, right? Because otherwise it's not going to work. So I think that's the second thing. I think design is very important when you want to sustain a action. The third point I want to make is that repeatedly in these water conversations or, you know, sustainability conversations, we go back and back to the government has to do this, right? And I'll give you a case in point. Policy is the only lever that will change. Policy is important. But Bangalore has probably the most wonderful sewage treatment policy in probably the world, right? Yet Bangalore has this gigantic flaming lake, which flames because of untreated sewage, right? So I think there is a recognition that needs to be had that, look, I am the keeper, like I'm the keeper of my conscience, I'm the keeper of my water, my sustainability, etc. And there's a heck of a lot you can do if you put your mind to it. So I think there is recognizing the power in our own hands. So the 3 pieces of advice.
Thank you. Very, very well said. And I'm not going to add anything else. I'm going to close this session. Thank you to our eminent panelists for a wonderfully entertaining and educative discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Naveen. So nice of you for led the conversation so well. May I request Mr. C. Subbarao, Mr. Suresh Raman, and Mr. Atish Ravi to hand over the mementos to the dignitaries. Mr. Dr. Ramkumar, thank you for staying back. And, you know, we're just having the mementos presented to those who have come here physically. We'll miss your presence and as that, and also that of Mr. Mridula Ramesh. But yes, we have a digital memento for both of you. And thank you, you know, an acknowledgement of your presence with us this evening. We are distributing some face masks which are still in vogue, and I think it will continue for some more time. So this is a recognition of the time that you both of you spent with us. Here we have the mementos being given away to all those who joined us this evening. Thanks to Mr. Ravichandran. Thanks to Mr. Naveen, so having led this entire conversation so well. And thanks to Vivek. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there was deserve a round of applause. Yes, absolutely. Fantastic. Yes. Very nice. So it's always, it's good to see that the hall is still full at the end of this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. We just have one more thing to do, and that's a formal vote of thanks, for which I'll request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to do the honors.
Ladies and gentlemen, big thank you. I'm not going to give a long speech. We had lovely outstanding sessions, starting with the 2 outstanding leaders, 3 different sessions, future of technology, future of work, and future of sustainability. And also we launched a net zero and so many things. But those who have missed, not to worry, all this will be compiled and put as an article, will come in our magazine, and all this will be available also in the form of YouTube and Facebook. I'm so delighted to share with you over 4,500 people watched live this event since morning, and I'm sure our deferred viewing is quite a large number. We expect over 30,000 people to watch in our next week time, because Saturday, Sunday goes to Netflix, Monday to Friday is MMA Weekly. Thanks so much. You have been such a wonderful audience and stayed till the end. Indeed, grateful to each one of you for joining us. All the viewers watching this program live from various social media portals of MMA, webinar, YouTube, Facebook, and also our Voice of MMA Radio. Thanks. You have been a great source of inspiration for us to bring you some outstanding programs day after day, week after week, month after month. Thanks. And may I request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
Please hand over the feedback form given to us, please, before leaving. Thank you.